Hey guys, tonight we open your eyes in the cold half-light of a medieval morning, where your bones ache before you even move, and the stone beneath you bites like ice. You're not sick, you're not cursed, you're just a woman. Your fingers are stiff, not from age, but from sleep that barely counted. You're 13, maybe 14, and you're already waking up like this every day. You think the sun might rise soon, but you're not sure. Time isn't your friend. It's just something that happens between chores. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And if you're listening from a cozy bed in 2025, tell me where you are and what time it is. I want to know how far this story is traveling. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You roll off the pallet of straw that pokes and shifts underneath you. No mattress, no privacy, no cushion for your joints. Your father sleeps near the fire, which is long cold. The air smells faintly of burnt onion and something musty mold or old wool. Your brother groans and rolls over. You don't speak. Speaking in the morning isn't a thing here, not for you. You slip your feet into stiff leather shoes. They don't quite fit hand-me-downs from your mother, who barely speaks to you anymore. Not because she doesn't love you, but because she's tired in a way you don't understand yet. You will soon. There's no breakfast waiting. Maybe some black bread from 2 days ago, if it hasn't molded. You chew without hunger. Hunger is a feeling you've trained yourself to ignore. It's like thirst during Lent, something to offer up. You step outside. It's still dark. The mud has frozen into jagged ridges. You can't feel your fingers. A wind sneaks past your shawl and chills your back. It's so quiet, you hear your own teeth clicking. Now here's the real start to your day, dragging buckets from the well. The pulley creaks like an old woman. Water splashes, freezing your wrists. You whisper a prayer you don't believe in. Not for salvation, but for no more wind. What people rarely mention is that most medieval homes had no internal heat. If you were lucky, you had a central hearth. If you were realistic, you knew it went out in the night, and the cold came in through the walls. Insulation. That's a dream from the future. We romanticize castles, stone towers, and timber beams, but none of those things hold warmth. Women often wore layers and layers, and still their toes turned black in winter. Frostbite wasn't called frostbite. It was called God's will, and it could cost you a toe or worse. Historians still argue whether women had access to warm cloaks at all in peasant households, or whether everything good went to men first. One strange tidbit. Some women tucked hot potatoes into their skirts just to survive the morning chill. Not to eat, to keep from freezing. And here's the paradox. As cold as your mornings were, sweating was a punishable offense, at least in noble courts. If you were a lady in waiting, you were expected to remain delicate, even in layers of velvet. God help you if your brow betrayed the truth of your suffering. Your chores are waiting. They always are. You're not late because you're never early. Time here is tied to tasks, not clocks. You feed the chickens if you have any. You milk the goat if you have one. If not, you walk to the manor to do it for someone else. Your hands are already chapped. You tuck them into your sleeves and pretend that makes a difference. It doesn't. And while you're bent over the chicken feed, don't forget your body is already being evaluated. Your gait, your posture, your hips. People glance and judge and whisper, "You're a girl," which means you're a future vessel. And vessels are inspected. The silence of this life is not peaceful. It's heavy. It presses into your chest. You've never known warmth, not really, not in the way modern people mean it. You know, proximity. You know, breath fogging in air, but not comfort, not softness. You were never taught to expect it. And you've got at least 60 more winters like this, if you live that long. You're 14 now, but no one asks how you feel about it. That's not the age of becoming. It's the age of being claimed. You don't get a sweet 16. You get a whispered betrothal behind your back and a nod from your father over a cup of ale. You're promised already as if you were a loaf of bread waiting to rise. Your future husband is 19, maybe 20, and smells like iron and onions. You don't know what he looks like. You're not supposed to care. Feelings are for poems, not for peasant girls. And certainly not for wives-to-be. The arrangement is practical. Your father owes a debt, and you are the collateral. Your mother doesn't protest. She did the same at your age. Her hands shake when she sews your wedding shift, but she won't say why. Maybe it's cold. Maybe it's regret. Historians still argue whether girls were officially considered marriageable at 12 or 14, depending on region. But unofficially, the moment you bled, you were a woman. That wasn't a celebration. That was a deadline. The church blessed it. The neighbors nodded. And no one, not one single person asked you. You're not pregnant yet, but the pressure is already there. Your value depends on it. If you can't bear children, your husband can send you back. Not with violence, with paperwork, a quiet annulment, a public shame. And then you return home as damaged goods, no longer a maiden, not quite a wife, a walking question mark. You're lucky if you avoid that. Or maybe unlucky because staying married means your body becomes a seasonal crop expected to yield measured when it doesn't. Quirky fact. In parts of medieval England, a woman could be examined, yes, physically examined by midwives, appointed by the church, to confirm whether her virginity had been lost. They even used symbolic objects like white cloth or holy candles during the process. One priest reportedly described the inspection as sacred discomfort. As if that helps. Today, you're mending a hymn when your mother clears her throat. He sent word, she says. You don't ask who. You already know. The boy man who will take you. Not for a date. For life. He sent word to say he'll arrive after the harvest. That gives you 3 months to prepare. You don't know what that means, but you pretend you do. So does your mother. You want to cry. You don't. Crying won't undo anything. It might make your father angry. He's not cruel, just tired. That's the curse of the age. No one has room for your feelings. They have fields to tend and walls to patch. You go outside needing air. There's none. Just smoke from nearby thatch fires and the sour tang of animal waste. You lean against the barn wall and trace your name into the mud with a stick. It's the only place you're allowed to write it. Girls in your village don't read, not really. Maybe the Psalms if you're lucky. But letters of affection. Known love isn't written here. It's arranged. One girl tried to run. She was 16. They found her hiding in a granary and shaved her head. It wasn't just punishment, it was humiliation. No hair, no beauty. No beauty, no suitor. She was placed under house supervision for 2 years. The lesson stuck. You touch your hair without thinking. Yours is braided roughly. You don't know if he'll like it. You don't know if that matters. There's a rooster nearby, screaming, as if it knows too much. You want to scream with it. At night, you overhear your father muttering about dowries and grain. Your mother speaks softly, pleading for more time. But what can they delay? You're not theirs anymore. A wedding doesn't come with music and veils. It comes with obligations. And you know deep down that whatever dreams you had about love will be buried under the same floorboards your grandmother laid before she died. Here's the part no one mentions. Medieval marriages often began with strangers. Couples might not even speak until after the ceremony. No courting, no consent. Just approval from male guardians and a hurried blessing. And yet people survived this. Women adapted. Some even found moments of peace, clipping lavender or whispering secrets into soup pots when no one was listening. But tonight, you're staring at a cracked ceiling, wondering if anyone will ever care how scared you are. You trace the same word into your thoughts again and again. Please. Please, not yet. Please, not him. Please just let me be a girl a little longer. No one hears. Not yet. You're 15, and they've begun to speak of you as ripe. Not like fruit, not like beauty, but like land. Ripe for planting. Ripe for claiming. The world doesn't wait for your consent. It only waits for your womb. You know this, because every woman around you lives it. Your aunt gave birth 12 times and buried half. Your neighbor carries her baby while tending the sheep and still bleeds from the last delivery. You pretend not to notice the pain in her walk. Everyone pretends. It's safer. Your body has become something other, not yours, not sacred, just inspected, watched, talked about. There's a midwife who comes by sometimes. She never smiles at you, only at your mother, and only when discussing cycles. Is she regular? She asks, as if it's a crop yield. You say nothing. It's not your place. Here's a chilling historical fact. Many medieval regions required newlywed couples to present bed sheets stained with blood to prove virginity. No blood, no proof. No proof, no honor. Some desperate girls pricked their fingers. Others stuffed their mouths with cloth to muffle the sound of pain. Either way, you were expected to produce evidence. On cue. Even if it meant bleeding on command. But there's more. If you fail to conceive within a year, the whispers begin. Barren. Hexed. Punished. It doesn't matter what the husband is like. Maybe he drinks too much. Maybe he leaves bruises. Still, if there's no child, the problem is you. You lie awake at night, feeling betrayed by your own body, too young to carry, too young to protest, and yet everyone's counting down your usefulness like a candle burning low. Scholars still debate whether medieval women truly understood reproductive cycles, or whether their knowledge was filtered and silenced by church teachings. Some say the wise women knew more than we give them credit for. Others say the misinformation ran so deep, even midwives repeated the same mistakes, like the belief that sneezing after intercourse could prevent pregnancy. Yes, really. You try not to think of that. You try to focus on today's chore, laundering your husband's tunic. You're married now, after all. It happened last month. There was a loaf of bread, a cup of watered ale, and a string of muttered Latin words. Your name changed. Your life did too. He's not cruel exactly, just indifferent. You exist now to make food and children, not art, not friends, not noise. You tried to sing once an old lullaby your mother hummed. He told you to hush. Only drunks and whores sing in the streets. You smiled and folded laundry, because smiling is safer than explaining. You wash the tunic in freezing water. The soap burns your hands too alkaline. The fabric doesn't get fully clean. Dirt has soaked into its soul. You understand how that feels. Here's a strange truth. Noble women might have had servants, but they weren't free either. Their wombs were political. Their children were alliances. Their miscarriages were national tragedies. Peasant women bled in mud. Noble women bled in marble halls. But both bled, and both were blamed. You hang the tunic on a crooked line and stare at it as if it might start speaking. Maybe it'll say, "You're more than this." Maybe it won't. Maybe that voice is yours, buried under too many years of being ignored. You walk past a group of older women whispering by the well. Their eyes follow you. One raises an eyebrow. Another touches the side of her belly. You feel shame bloom in your stomach for reasons you can't name. You're not showing. You're not even late. But the scrutiny has begun. There's no joy in anticipation. Only pressure. Will you give him a son? Will you fail? Because make no mistake, if your first child is a girl, it won't be your child in their eyes. It'll be a disappointment. One that you, and only you, are responsible for. You feed the fire back home and watch the smoke crawl up the chimney like a prayer that won't quite rise. You wonder if it's always been this way. If every girl in history has stared into ash and asked, "Is this all?" Some days you think yes. Some days you're too tired to think at all. You're 16, and today you're going to be beautiful. Not because you feel it, because someone told you it's expected. And not pretty like a spring blossom or a smile at dusk. No, beautiful the medieval way. Which is to say, obedient pale and slightly ill-looking. You rub crushed lead powder into your skin because fair complexion signals virtue. Sun-kissed skin means you labor in fields. Pale skin means you stay inside, protected, controlled. You try not to cough as the dust sticks to your nostrils. A quirky fact. In some noble households, women applied mixtures made from vinegar and white chalk, or worse ground mercury, to bleach their faces. Some even used raw egg whites for a tight glowing sheen. It worked briefly, and then their teeth fell out. You stare into a warped piece of metal that passes for a mirror. Your lips look too red. That's a problem. Red is the color of temptation, and no one likes a temptress. So you rub them with ash to mute the hue. Your husband doesn't notice. He never does. But the other women do, and the priest might. You don't wear makeup for romance. You wear it to survive social judgment. Your hair is long, finally. That's good. Long hair means fertility. You braid it so tightly, it pulls at your scalp. You imagine the pain as a halo. That's what you were taught. Beauty without suffering is just laziness. Historians still argue whether medieval beauty standards came primarily from religious texts, ancient Roman influence, or evolving class signals. Either way, the result was the same women learned early that to be attractive meant to look fragile. One noble woman was reportedly so pale that she was described as like a spirit drifting in linen. It was meant as a compliment. In town, you see a woman wearing rings on every finger. She's not rich. She's barren. It's an old superstition, each ring a silent prayer for conception. You wonder if your mother ever did that. You wonder if you will. On the street, two boys whistle. Nod at you. At the girl behind you, new to the village, with strange freckles. You envy her. Not because she's lovely, but because she still walks like she owns her body. You used to walk like that. Back home, your mother hands you a bowl of herbs to boil for a face steam. She says it'll brighten your eyes. You know it'll burn your lungs. But you do it anyway. You want to be seen, and sometimes pain is the only light you have. Later you prick your finger with a clean needle and dab a bit of blood onto your cheeks. Just a touch. A fake flush. Blush, made from life. It stings. You welcome it. It's all very scientific in a medieval way. Open pores, higher health. Closed expression, or virtue. Wide eyes, conscious submission. You practice your good girl face. You're getting better. A strange tidbit: some women in the 14th century believed that placing raw animal fat under the eyes reduced puffiness. The smell was unbearable, but vanity was louder. Others swore by mashed beetles, crushed pearls, or the ashes of frogs. You wonder who tried them first and whether they regretted it. You catch your reflection again. Still not right, but better. You press your hands to your cheeks, trying to warm them. Maybe you'll pass for pleasing today. Your husband walks in. He grunts. That's the closest thing to approval. You feel ridiculous for hoping he'd notice your effort. You go back to the hearth pretending to tend the fire, but really, you're just hiding your face in the shadows. Some nights, you wipe it all off and cry. The chalk, the ash, the egg whites, all of it. Your skin is raw beneath the mask, and yet you still wonder if it's ugliness or defiance that keeps you invisible. Because the worst truth is no one told you you were beautiful before they told you to be beautiful. You're 17, and your fingers have forgotten softness. They've stiffened around thread and loom and callus. Each day begins the same, not with breath or prayer, but with labor. Before sunup, before thoughts can even stretch, your hands are already moving, spinning, weaving, mending. There's no such thing as idleness for you. Idleness invites suspicion. A woman with free time might speak, might ask questions, might think. So instead, you work. The loom stands like a prison gate, massive wooden creaking with every movement. You feed it wool, you beat it into shape, you move your feet in rhythm until you forget they exist. Hours pass. Your spine begs, your eyes blur, but the cloth slowly grows. Here's a mainstream fact: in most peasant homes, textile work was the core of a woman's day. From carding wool to spinning thread to weaving cloth, every step was hers. And while the men plowed fields, it was often women's labor that produced the garments which made it through winter, and yet no one praises you. You finish the work in silence, then start again. Your thumb is bleeding again today. The spindle bit it dry and sharp. You wrap it in a bit of flax and keep going. You don't even wince. Sometimes, if you work long enough without crying, your mother might bring you broth. Thin, salty, barely more than warm water, but it's a kindness. You sip it, pretending it's soup from a royal feast. That fantasy lasts about 10 seconds. Your body is starving. Not metaphorically, truly, viscerally starving. You feel it in your bones, in the way your hair thins, in the way you no longer menstruate. But no one notices. Or rather, no one cares. As long as you keep weaving, spinning, kneading, you are useful. A fringe tidbit. There are records of women fainting at their looms, too exhausted to stand, too fearful to stop. One noblewoman even commissioned a prayer book to be chained beside her loom so she could read while weaving and remain virtuous. That's right. Productivity was tied to piety. Historians still argue whether medieval women were valued for their labor or simply tolerated for it. Some suggest peasant wives had more real power than noble women, at least economically. Others insist it was exploitation in a prettier dress. Either way, you wouldn't call it freedom. You think of your sister sometimes, the one who died in infancy. Your mother never speaks of her, but you saw the tiny shift she kept folded in a box. Your own shift will be buried with you one day. Probably the same one you're wearing now. Your only escape comes when you're asked to deliver wool to the next village. You walk the 2 miles barefoot. It keeps the shoes from wearing down, and you breathe differently outside the loom's reach. But freedom is brief. A man on the road eyes you. You clutch the basket tighter, avert your gaze. You quicken your step without breaking into a run. You were taught running means guilt. Standing still means danger. You choose the narrow path between. You arrive heart racing. You smile politely. No one asks your name. They ask, "Where's the payment?" You hand over the cloth. They nod. You walk back. At night, you dream of soft things, pillows, peaches feathers. You wake up with hay stuck in your hair and the loom creaking from the corner. And you wonder, not for the first time, if your hands will ever forget how to hurt. You're 18, and you've become a living calendar. Not for your chores, not for your feasts, but for your cycle. The most intimate parts of you are public business now. The priest watches you more closely this month. Not with lust, but with that strange, tight-lipped scrutiny reserved for livestock and heretics. You missed communion once, then twice. People whisper. You feel their eyes when you kneel. Because here's the truth. Your body is no longer yours, not physically, not spiritually. It belongs to the village, to the church, to the whispered expectations of fertility. You begin to bleed again today. Relief floods you, not because of health, but because it means you're not pregnant. Not yet. You hide the cloth in the fire. Ashes tell no secrets. Mainstream historical fact. In many medieval Christian communities, menstruation was viewed as unclean. Women were often forbidden from entering churches, touching holy relics, or even baking communion bread while bleeding. Some even slept apart from their husbands in red tents or sheds. But those were the lucky ones, women who had space. You sleep in the same bed, same blanket, same sighing air. If your husband notices your cramps, he calls you moody. If he doesn't, he climbs on top of you and calls it duty. There's a midwife nearby who knows about herbs. Not all of them legal. Not all of them safe. You've heard she helped a woman shed early. The church calls that murder. The village calls it wicked. But the girl she helped calls it mercy. You walk past her cottage today, your hand brushing the hem of your shift. Just in case. Just to remind yourself there might be options. You don't go in. Not yet. Historians still argue whether women in the Middle Ages had widespread reproductive knowledge. Some insist they did pass secretly through midwives and herbalists. Others believe the church's grip was too tight, too paranoid, and most of that knowledge was stamped out or twisted. What's certain? You learn to say nothing. You learn to count the days in your head and pretend it's a hymn. Today, an old woman catches your arm while you're drawing water. She leans close and mutters, "Don't eat parsley if you're late." You blink. She's gone before you can ask what that means. You later learn that parsley was considered an abortifacient. So was pennyroyal tansy and certain kinds of bitter roots. But using them could lead to charges of witchcraft or worse, excommunication. And still, women remembered. They passed these things through poems, through bread recipes, through oddly specific advice wrapped in warnings. The irony, you're supposed to be silent. A virtuous woman keeps her mouth shut. And yet your entire value depends on what your body says through blood, through swelling, through birth. The contradiction gnaws at you. At church, Father Elias gives a sermon on Eve. He calls her curious, dangerous fallen. You shift in your seat. The men nod solemnly. The women sit like stone. You imagine yelling just once. What about Adam? But your throat closes before the thought is even fully formed. You pass by the market on your way home. A merchant hawks dried lavender for cleansing the female soul. You almost laugh. Your soul doesn't need cleansing. It needs permission to exist. That night, your husband touches your belly, murmurs something about a feeling. You close your eyes and count backwards. Maybe the herbs worked, maybe they didn't. But deep inside, you start preparing for both outcomes. And either way, you'll do it quietly. Because even silence in your world is a survival tactic. You're 19 now, and you've mastered the art of vanishing. Not physically, you still draw water, cook bread, mend cloth. But vocally, emotionally, you've become a ghost with chores. You speak only when spoken to. You nod, smile when necessary, and shrink your laughter to a whisper. It's not that you're shy. It's that silence is safer. You used to hum while kneading dough. Once your husband told you to hush, noisy wives invite devils. He said it like a joke. But the look in his eyes wasn't funny. You used to joke with your cousin while spinning wool. A neighbor heard and warned your mother, saying girls with wagging tongues bring shame. Your cousin was married off within a week to a man with a limp and a sour temper. So now you keep quiet. Here's a mainstream fact. In many medieval cultures, silence in women was considered a divine virtue. The perfect woman was modest, silent, and still. In some monastic texts, female chatter was described as the devil's harp. A talkative wife could even be grounds for annulment. You don't just mute your words, you mute your thoughts. You stop finishing sentences in your head. You censor your own memories. You train your brain to repeat neutral phrases, like the fire needs tending and bread's almost done. They keep you safe. A strange tidbit. Some 13th century medical guides claimed that excessive female speech could cause womb disease. Yes. Talking too much was believed to disturb the uterus. The prescribed cure. More silence. Sometimes even bloodletting. You wonder if your grandmother believed that. You wonder if she ever wanted to scream, but held it in so long it became her posture. You sweep the hearth, noticing how soot blackens your skirt hem. You don't complain. There's a phrase here for women who complain mouths, like wolves' wombs, like drought. You're not even sure what it means, but it always ends in someone getting scolded. You hear a knock at the door. It's your sister-in-law, pale and thin-lipped. She never talks in public, but today she grips your wrist and whispers, "I can't take the silence anymore." Her voice cracks like ice. You don't reply. You just press your fingers into hers. That's how women speak now, through pressure, through glances, through pauses. Historians still argue whether women in the Middle Ages had informal communication networks or whether sisterhood was a myth. Some point to embroidery circles and communal bread baking as coded resistance. Others say it's romanticized nonsense that fear kept everyone isolated. But tonight, you light the fire and stare into the embers, remembering something you're not supposed to remember. When you were little, your mother once sang to you. Only once. Just a lullaby. But the tune has lived in the back of your throat ever since. You mouth it silently. You don't dare let the melody rise. But you let it exist, and for a few seconds, your silence becomes something powerful, not weak. A weapon. A waiting storm. You may not speak loudly, but you are not forgotten. And neither is your voice. You're 20 now, and you know the forest better than you know your husband. Not because it's yours. Nothing is truly yours, but because it listens. The trees don't judge. The herbs don't ask questions. and the moss beneath your knees doesn't care what society expects of you. You come here often, under the guise of gathering firewood or fetching mushrooms. But what you're really doing is collecting knowledge. Herbs, roots, flowers. Some to heal, some to calm, some to end things if needed. You learned from your mother, who learned from hers. Quietly, through gestures, through the careful way she plucked feverfew when your brother burned with illness, or how she tucked mugwort under your pillow when your nightmares came. But it's dangerous knowledge, very dangerous, because if you name too many plants, if you know too many properties, people start to look at you differently. You become suspicious, or worse, unnatural. Here's a mainstream fact. In much of medieval Europe, women who practiced herbal medicine walked a razor-thin line between healer and witch. One town might thank you for curing a cough. The next might drown you for knowing too much about nightshade. Today you gather yarrow and rue your fingers, moving quickly, hiding the bundle beneath your apron. A neighbor spots you. She nods, once, grim respectful. You wonder if she knows what you know. You wonder if she's had to make the same decision. Quirky tidbit. In some 14th century French villages, women passed down herb lore through lullabies. That's right, harmless nursery songs carried instructions for remedies and abortifacients hidden beneath verses about birds and rivers. One ballad, supposedly about a dancing fox, was actually a coded list of menstruation stimulants. The melody was sweet. The meaning was sharp. You hum as you walk home. Your husband is home early. You tuck the herbs into a basket of onions. He doesn't notice. He rarely does. But you do. You notice everything. The way your belly feels heavier this week. The way your skin itches strangely. The way your dreams keep returning to that midwife who always walks just a little too silently. Historians still argue whether women chose herbalism out of agency or whether it was simply survival. Because when the only doctor is a monk who won't speak to you without a male present, what else can you do? You boil some water and steep a bit of mint. That's safe. That's ordinary. But inside your sleeve is a sachet of silphium, if you can believe the rumors that it still grows near the edges of ruined Roman fields. You touch it like a talisman. Tonight your sister-in-law visits again. Her lips are chapped. Her eyes dart. She doesn't sit. She whispers, "He wants another." You say nothing. You just slide your basket closer to her and stand up. No questions, no judgment, just shared breath and a faint nod. This is how rebellion survives, not through swords, through seeds, through soup, through sachets passed hand to hand between women with too much sorrow and not enough choice. You light a candle as she leaves. You place it in the window, not for light, for signal. Because somewhere out there, another woman is listening. You're 21, and you're squatting behind a wooden plank, balanced over a pit, surrounded by buzzing flies and the stench of every woman who came before you. Welcome to your toilet. No walls, no seat, no dignity. You press your shawl over your nose and try not to breathe too deeply. The village privy is nothing more than a hole in the ground covered in slippery planks shared by 30 people. Rain turns the soil to sludge. Rats skitter between your feet. Once a girl slipped and broke her wrist here. No one laughed. Everyone just looked away. Because this is normal. Or at least it's normal for you. Mainstream fact. In most medieval communities, sanitation was considered a male problem. Latrines were built for armies, monasteries, or nobles. Women, especially in poor households, were expected to relieve themselves behind barns and ditches or in communal pits like this one. And if you were lucky enough to be a noblewoman, you still had to rely on a close stool, a portable wooden box with a ceramic bowl beneath, emptied, of course, by servants, usually women, always the poorest. There's no toilet paper. You use rags moss, or if you're desperate, leaves. You try to avoid thistles. You learned that lesson the hard way. A strange tidbit. Some castles had garderobes that doubled as wardrobes. Clothes were hung above waist shafts because it was believed the ammonia would kill lice. Imagine dressing every morning in garments scented with chamber pot vapor. That was luxury. You stand, wipe, adjust your skirt, and step carefully over the edge. Your ankle wobbles. You steady yourself on the rough wood. Back at the cottage, your husband shouts from inside the fire's out. You rush to relight it, pretending you weren't just ankle-deep in someone else's illness. You scrub your hands with cold water and sand. There's no soap. Historians still argue whether medieval people understood the connection between hygiene and disease. Some say they did at least in principle, but lacked the tools. Others argue that religious restrictions and water scarcity made sanitation nearly impossible. Either way, you're the one who pays the price. You boil water for soup and catch your reflection in the pot's surface. Your skin looks tired, your eyes dull. You wonder what future women will think of you. You hope they don't romanticize this. You hope they don't say, "What a simpler time." There's nothing simple about digging waste pits in winter, or burying a cloth because you bled through your last shift, or walking 3 miles to find clean water, only to watch a goat drink first. Tonight, a storm rolls in. The thatch roof leaks. You place buckets beneath the drips and lie awake listening to the wind. And you think of the pit, and the rats, and the fact that no one, not your husband, not the priest, not even your mother, has ever asked where you go when nature calls. Because some discomforts are so ingrained they become invisible. But you still feel them in your souls, in your stomach, in your silence. You're 22, and your back aches in a way that feels older than you. Because this morning, like every other, you screamed into a bundle of rags while pushing a baby into the world alone almost. Not because you wanted solitude, but because childbirth here is a room of fear, not ceremony. The midwife arrived late. The neighbor woman fainted. And your husband waited outside like it was a market transaction. You could have died. Many do. You still might. You're still bleeding. Mainstream fact. In the Middle Ages, death by childbirth was the most common cause of death for women under 30. Estimates suggest up to 1 in 3 births ended in maternal death in some rural regions, often from infection, hemorrhage, or sheer exhaustion. And yet it isn't considered tragic. It's expected. You grip the blanket tighter around your chest. Your baby is beside you, small, wrinkled, silent. The room smells of iron and salt and burning tallow. The straw beneath you is soaked. You pray it's not soaked through with blood. The midwife presses a cloth between your legs and murmurs a charm. You don't believe in charms, but you believe in her hands and the way she didn't flinch when you bit her wrist during a contraction. A fringe tidbit. In some medieval communities, women were discouraged from screaming during childbirth. It was seen as impious or weak. Some records even show women being punished post-birth for indecent howling. Imagine that fined for pain. You stare at the ceiling. It's dark wood, splintered, cobwebbed. You count the beams. You do this to stay awake, to not drift. You've heard the stories. Women who rested after birth and never woke again. Some say it was blood loss. Some say spirits. You don't care which. You just want to keep your eyes open a little longer. Outside, the chickens cluck like nothing happened. Inside, your belly has collapsed in on itself, like a punctured sack. Your mother-in-law arrives with a bowl of broth and a whispered warning. If it's a girl, don't act disappointed. Someone's always watching. You nod. You haven't even looked yet. You couldn't. Not while your hands still tremble. Not while your knees are too weak to bend. Historians still argue whether midwives were protectors of women or extensions of patriarchal surveillance. Some served as lifelines, others as informants to the church or local lord, especially when births seemed unnatural or the baby was stillborn. You think of the baby's silence. You finally glance over. A daughter, small, breathing. You feel a flicker of love, then fear. Because daughters don't inherit land. Daughters don't rescue you from poverty. Daughters become you. You clutch her closer. Later, the priest stops by to offer a blessing. He doesn't touch the child, just mutters Latin and sprinkles holy water into your stew by mistake. You don't correct him. Your husband brings you cloth, coarse linen, not clean. You thank him anyway. You always thank him. Gratitude keeps you alive. Tonight you sleep in fits. Each time you close your eyes, you dream of water, rising red thick, swallowing the floor. You jolt awake, check the baby. She's still there, still warm. And so are you. But for how long, you don't ask. You just keep breathing. You've learned not to expect more. You're 23, and you've noticed people have stopped calling you young. Not because you've aged, but because you've lived. And in a world like this, that's already suspicious. You pluck a single gray hair from your temple and hold it like a death sentence. You used to walk freely to the well. Now the girls whisper when you pass, not rudely, just nervously. Like maybe you're not just a woman anymore. Maybe you're something else. You smile at them anyway. You remember being them. But when you walk away, one of them says the word witch. Not loud, just soft enough to slice. Mainstream fact. In late medieval Europe, older women, especially unmarried or widowed, were disproportionately accused of witchcraft. With age came presumed knowledge, and knowledge in a woman was often recast as danger. It didn't take much. An herbal remedy, a crooked finger, a cat that followed you home. You have all three. Today someone leaves a dead mouse on your doorstep. You don't scream. You just sweep it into the bushes. You've learned not to react to threats. Reaction makes them bolder. Later, a child from the village stumbles while running scrapes his knee. His mother glances at you like you're the wind that pushed him. You walk home slower that night. Historians still argue whether accusations of witchcraft were rooted more in religious paranoia or economic jealousy. Some suggest women with property, especially widows, were targeted for their land. Others say it was about control. Power in the hands of women, even tiny power, was too disruptive. You light a candle, not for spells, just for comfort. But when someone walks past your window and sees the flicker, they clutch their child closer. You once helped a woman with her cough, boiled thyme and honey. She thanked you, but she hasn't spoken to you since. A fringe tidbit. In one 15th century trial record, a woman was accused of witchcraft because she sang while spinning and wore her hair unbound during a thunderstorm. That was it. 2 gestures, 2 symbols, and she burned. You bind your hair tightly now, even when no one's around, especially then. Your daughter is toddling. She trips often, but laughs more. You envy that fearlessness, that ignorance of how thin the line is between being respected and being watched. Your husband is quiet these days, not cruel, just distant. You think he hears the whispers too. You think he believes them a little. One night, he tells you not to go out after sunset anymore. You nod. You don't tell him that dusk is when the herbs bloom best. You keep a journal hidden in the hearth's false back. Not of spells, not of revenge, just of names. Women you've helped. Women who smiled. Women who vanished. It comforts you to see them written down. Proof that you were useful, not feared, but you still jump at every knock on the door. And every time a new child falls ill, you wonder if you'll be the one they come for next. Not because you're guilty, but because you're here. You're visible. You're still alive. And that sometimes is the only crime a woman needs to commit. You're 24, and today you watched a man steal a sack of flour and swear on his mother's grave that he didn't. 3 others agreed. You saw it. You saw him do it. But when the Lord's steward asked for witnesses, you kept your mouth shut. Because it wouldn't matter. Because you're a woman. And in court, that means you're worth half a voice. Literally. Mainstream fact. In many parts of medieval Europe, a woman's testimony was legally considered half the weight of a man's if it was permitted at all. In some jurisdictions, it wasn't even admissible in cases of property theft or assault unless corroborated by a male witness. You could witness a crime survive, one be the victim of one, and still not be believed. Your daughter had a fever last month. You swore by St. Bridget's name that it wasn't from witchcraft, that it was just the wind, the season, the lack of turnips. But the healer questioned you, asked if anyone envious had touched her, as if envy alone could infect a child, as if women were always the root of every rot. You wonder how many others have stayed silent out of pure exhaustion. There's a new priest in the village, young, stern. He talks about obedience often. He warns of Eve, of Jezebel, of you, though not by name. During Sunday sermons, he locks eyes with each woman just long enough to make you doubt your own decency. Historians still debate whether women in the Middle Ages truly understood their legal status. Some argue they adapted with cunning working through sons, husbands, and favors. Others believe most women simply gave up the idea of justice and focused on staying invisible. A quirky tidbit. In one surviving 14th century trial record, a woman accused of stealing a loaf of bread was asked only one question. Did your husband know? When she said no, they concluded she must be lying. Because no married woman would act without male permission. You bury your hands in the wash water and grit your teeth. Today, a pig breaks into your garden, destroys the leeks. You chase it off, cursing under your breath. The owner arrives and demands payment for frightening his animal. You want to shout. You want to scream. But you know how it ends, so you give him a turnip and an apology. Your husband doesn't understand why you're quiet tonight. He asks if you're angry. You say no. You say you're tired. That's always a safe answer. You tuck your daughter into bed and tell her a story about a clever bird who saved a village but was never thanked because she had feathers no one liked. Your daughter doesn't get the metaphor yet, but she will. Someday, someone will try to silence her, and she'll wonder if she's allowed to speak. You hope she remembers this moment, the way your voice trembled but kept going, the way your arms wrapped around her like a vow. And you hope, dear God, you hope that she lives long enough to be believed. You're 25, and today your hands are shaking not from work, not from cold, but from fear. Because someone found your note, not a confession, not a spell, just a poem. Something you scribbled weeks ago on a scrap of wool-wrapping parchment. Something simple, something small. When the moon bends low, I miss the girl I used to be. You tucked it into the wall crevice beside the bread shelf, not meaning anything by it, not trying to make trouble. But now it's been read and misread. Your mother-in-law says it's emotional. The midwife says it's dangerous. Your husband won't speak at all. He just stares at the parchment like it might bite him. Mainstream fact. In many medieval communities, women writing anything outside of religious scripture was suspicious. Writing implied education, and education implied independence. A woman writing poetry, or letters especially of a personal nature, was often accused of vanity, arrogance, or worse, adultery. Because if you can write a poem, you can write a love poem. And if you can do that, who exactly are you writing it to? Your note has no name on it, no address, no seduction. But that doesn't matter. They say it reads like longing, as if that's a crime. You think about the other girl, Agnes, who was caught with a love letter last spring. Just a few lines about a boy who touched her hand too long during market day. She was 15. They paraded her through the village with ink smeared across her face like a brand. You remember her eyes, hollow and unblinking. She's married now, to someone twice her age. Her smile never returned. Historians still argue whether written accusations, especially against women, were acts of genuine concern or community control. Some claim it was about moral order. Others say it was a method of isolating women from literacy and therefore power. A quirky tidbit. One preserved manuscript from the 13th century includes a note in the margin written in a shaky, untrained hand. I pray my husband never sees this. Scholars believe it was written by a nun. Today, your husband asks you if there's anything you want to confess. His tone is low calm. That's worse than shouting. Shouting, you can dodge. Calm, you can drown in. You tell him it was nothing. Just a phrase. Just a way to remember your younger self. He says, then burn it. You hesitate, just long enough. He sees it. The pause. The ache. He grabs the parchment and tosses it into the fire. You watch the edges curl, the ink crack. The words disappear into smoke. And with them, a little part of your defiance. Later, your daughter asks if she can learn her letters. You freeze. Say why she says so I can write like you. You smile. But inside, something collapses. Because now, you know what writing costs. And still, you would do it again. You're 26, and today you held your breath while the priest walked past your house again. Not because you've sinned, at least not more than anyone else, but because someone else has. And soon, someone must pay. And the way things go, it's rarely the guilty who burn. There was a book found in the woods, bound in leather, filled with strange symbols and diagrams. Probably just someone's medical notes, or a scribe's discarded copybook. But it doesn't matter. The church called it heresy, and now they're looking for its owner. Your heart beats harder, though it's not yours. Because you read. Because you brew teas. Because you once corrected the priest's Latin just once in passing, and he never forgot. Mainstream fact. In the late Middle Ages, the line between heresy and independent thought was razor thin. Speaking out, asking questions, or being seen as too clever could land you under church scrutiny. And women who stood out even slightly were especially vulnerable. Today, you pass two villagers whispering near the market. You can't hear the words, but you catch one dresses. Apparently, a woman wore a red one during Mass. A sin, they say. Too bold, too proud, Not a crime legally, but pride is its own heresy. Quirky tidbit. In some medieval towns, wearing the wrong color could result in fines or public penance. Red was risky, black was funereal, green associated with promiscuity. A widow once wore blue and was scolded for mocking the Virgin. Your dress is brown, always brown, safe, forgettable. You help an old man lift a basket. He thanks you. Later you overhear him say, "That one always knows too much." You think of the tea you made him for his knees, the salve for his elbow. You wonder what part of kindness becomes threat. Historians still argue whether the rise in heresy accusations toward women reflected true religious zealotry or whether it was social panic cloaked in theology. Some believe it was the only tool left to enforce conformity when war and plague made the world feel fragile. You believe both. Tonight there's a knock on your door. Two men from the church. They ask about your husband, about your neighbors, about your books. You show them the Psalter, the one with a broken binding and too many candle stains. You smile sweetly. You ask if they'd like broth. They decline. Their eyes scan the shelves. You offer bread. They take it. Before they leave, one says, "Be careful what you read." The devil uses beautiful words. You nod. You do not smile this time. When they're gone, you sit by the hearth and open the space behind the brick where you keep the tiny roll of vellum your mother gave you before she died. It contains one line. Truth is often punished, but never buried. You've never shown it to anyone. You never will. But tonight you trace it with your finger like a prayer. And in a world that calls every clever woman a heretic, sometimes prayer and rebellion are the same thing. You're 27, and tonight the cottage is quieter than it's ever been. Not peaceful, just still. The kind of still that presses against your ears like thick wool. The fire has died down. Your daughter sleeps curled like a kitten, and you sit alone, sewing by candlelight. But you're not making clothes. You're embroidering something secret, not a rebellion, a reminder, a circle of lilies, a bird with a broken wing, a single word stitched backward, so only you know what it means, remember, because you've spent your life disappearing. Now you stitch your story into the hem of your apron. Mainstream fact. Many medieval women embedded small hidden symbols into their needlework personal crests, protective charms, even messages. The church called them idle. But scholars now believe these tiny acts were a form of private protest, quiet rebellion made of thread. You once thought survival meant silence, but now you know better. You've watched too many women vanish, your neighbor gone after an accusation, your sister-in-law shipped off in the night to serve a cousin in a colder town, the midwife. She no longer opens her door after sunset. You don't blame them. You understand them. But you've begun to fight differently. You trade bread for honey, honey for salt, salt for ink. You've begun keeping a small book, wrapped in wool, hidden beneath the floor. It holds not recipes, not confessions, but names. Names of the girls who learned, names of the women who taught, a map of survival written in whispers. Historians still argue whether such networks existed. Some say the idea of women's circles is a romantic fantasy. Others insist the patterns are too consistent to ignore. You believe in patterns. You've lived them. And now you're part of one. Tonight, you and 3 others gather at the edge of the field just after moonrise. No candles, no symbols, just hands clasp breath, visible in the air, and a quiet code, 3 knocks, a pause, then 1. You share seeds literal and metaphorical, a healing root, a scrap of wool dyed purple, a half-remembered lullaby. It's not magic. It's memory. And it's powerful. A quirky fact: in some towns, women developed entire nonverbal languages using spinning wheel rhythms, foot taps, and embroidery patterns, ways to communicate beneath male awareness. One documented case in Spain showed women stitching poems with intentionally uneven knots as a signal. You finish the lily on your apron and knot the thread. You tuck the needle away, kiss your daughter's forehead, and whisper the word backward one more time. Remember, because one day she'll ask what it was like, and you want her to know not just the pain, but the strength. Not just the silence, but the code. Not just the suffering, but the resistance. You close the journal. You douse the candle. And for the first time in your life, the dark doesn't feel like a threat. It feels like cover. A place to plant. A place to wait. A place to breathe. The fire is nothing now but a red glow, breathing softly like a sleeping animal. Your eyes are heavy. The blanket around your shoulders smells faintly of lavender and ash. The baby stirs beside you, then settles again. You listen to the silence, to the wind threading through the cracks of the wood, to your own heartbeat slowing. And maybe this isn't the world you wanted, but somehow you made something within it. A tiny corner, a flicker of softness in a hard-edged life, a secret room carved out of routines and ruins. You close your eyes and picture that embroidered lily, its petals unfolding in the candlelight, like it knew how to survive winter, like you. Because you've learned that history doesn't always scream. Sometimes it whispers. Sometimes it sows itself into corners. And sometimes it sings low and steady until someone finally listens. You don't know who will read your name, or if they'll pronounce it right, but you hope they find the strength you left behind in thread, in ash, in memory. So sleep now. The stars are still above you, just hidden behind that old roof. Your story is stitched in. Your breath is safe here. You're not forgotten. You're not alone. Not anymore. The shocking truth about childbirth. In the Middle Ages, we're plunging into the wild, gritty world of childbirth in the Middle Ages. Picture yourself in a muddy village, the air thick with wood smoke and the faint tang of livestock. A low, timber-framed hut looms ahead, its thatched roof sagging like an old man's hat. Inside, a woman's labored breaths echo mingling with the crackle of a fire. This is where life begins, or ends in a time when delivering a baby was a gamble with death. Spoiler alert, you probably won't survive this, at least not without a few gasps. You push open the creaky door of the hut, your boots scuffing against a floor of packed earth and straw. The air feels heavy, like it's holding secrets. A woman lies on a low pallet, her face slick with sweat, her hands gripping a rope tied to the rafters. This is medieval childbirth. No sterile hospitals, no epidurals, just raw endurance. Around her, a gaggle of women bustle neighbors. Aunts may be a sister, their voices a low hum of encouragement. The scene feels chaotic, yet oddly intimate, like a secret society you've stumbled into. Historians estimate that in the 1300s, up to 20% of mothers didn't make it through childbirth, a grim fact that hangs over this room like a storm cloud. You notice the tools scattered on a rickety table, a chipped pottery bowl, a bundle of herbs, and a knife that looks more suited for butchering than birthing. The women here rely on experience, not textbooks, because medical knowledge is a patchwork of folklore and trial and error. A quirky tidbit: Some midwives swore by placing a magnet under the birthing bed to pull the baby out. Sounds like something your weird aunt would try today, right? Historians still argue whether these practices helped or just gave everyone something to do while fate rolled the dice. You kneel beside the laboring woman, her eyes fierce with determination. The pain is relentless, but so is she. The midwife, a wiry woman, with hands like leather, mutters a prayer to Saint Margaret, the patron saint of childbirth. Religion isn't just comfort here, it's a lifeline. The church looms large, dictating everything from diet to who can touch the mother. You can't help but wonder, what's it like to face this with no modern backup? The answer's in the air tense, hopeful, and a little terrifying. As the fire pops, you catch a whiff of something pungent, maybe a poultice of mugwort or henbane. These herbs are the medieval equivalent of a pharmacy, but good luck guessing the dosage. The women chant softly, their voices weaving a rhythm that feels ancient, almost hypnotic. You're struck by the community here. No one's alone in this fight. But let's be real. If you were the one pushing, you'd probably wish for a time machine, or at least a stronger drink. Speaking of drinks, the midwife might slip the mother some ale to dull the pain. Classy, right? You glance at the door, half expecting a doctor to burst in. Nope. This is women's territory, a rare space where men are outsiders. That's a shift from today, where hospitals feel like tech hubs. The contrast hits you. This hut, this moment, is life stripped to its core. You're not just watching history, you're breathing it. The mother's next contraction pulls you back, her grip on the rope tightening. You're rooting for her, but the odds, they're not great. Still, something about her stubborn grit makes you believe she might just beat them. You're still in the smoky hut, the air thick with tension and the sharp scent of herbs. The laboring woman's breaths are ragged now, each one a battle. You shift your gaze to the midwife, the unofficial queen of this chaotic scene. She's older, maybe 50, with a face carved by years of delivering babies and burying some. Her hands move with quiet confidence, mixing a murky brew of chamomile and fennel in a clay cup. This is her domain, where she wields knowledge passed down through generations, not from some fancy university. Midwives in the Middle Ages were the backbone of childbirth, often the only medical help a village had. By the 1400s, some towns even licensed them, a rare nod to their skill in a world that barely valued women's work. You watch her drizzle the herbal concoction into the mother's mouth, murmuring words that sound half prayer, half spell. It's not just medicine. It's theater designed to calm everyone in the room. Here's a quirky bit. Some midwives carried eagle stones, hollow rocks, with a smaller stone rattling inside, believed to ease labor pains. Imagine the sales pitch for that on medieval Etsy, guaranteed to rattle your baby right out. Historians still argue whether these charms were placebos or if their psychological boost actually helped. Either way, you're not sure you'd bet your life on a magic pebble. The midwife's role isn't just practical, it's spiritual. She's part healer, part priestess, navigating a world where every birth teeters between miracle and disaster. You notice the other women defer to her, hanging on her every gesture. She's not just delivering a baby, she's holding the room together. You can't help but admire her, even if her methods make you wince. She wraps a cloth, soaked in warm oil, around the mother's belly, claiming it'll soften the way. You're skeptical, but the mother seems to relax, so maybe there's something to it. As the contractions grow closer, the midwife starts chanting, her voice low and rhythmic, like a lullaby for grown-ups. It's hypnotic, pulling you deeper into the moment. You're struck by how much trust everyone places in her, despite the odds. Childbirth was a leading cause of death for women, and no one here is naive about that. Yet the midwife's calm is contagious, like she's seen it all and still believes in happy endings. You wonder what stories she could tell: triumphs, tragedies, or that one time a cow wandered into the birthing hut. Bet that was a fun day. You lean closer, catching a glimpse of her tools: a small knife, a spool of thread, and a bowl of what looks like sludge. Sanitation. Not a thing. The midwife wipes her hands on her apron, and you try not to cringe. Modern, you wants to scream about germs, but here it's just another Tuesday. The mother groans, and the midwife snaps into focus, her sarcasm slipping out. Come on, lass. You're not birthing a horse. It's a gentle jab. And the room chuckles, the tension easing for a moment. You grin to humor in the face of danger, feels like defiance. The midwife's knowledge isn't just herbs and chants. It's instincts honed by years of practice. She feels the mother's belly, her fingers tracing the baby's position with a precision that's almost surgical. You're impressed, but also uneasy. If something goes wrong, there's no backup plan, no ambulance, no C-section. The midwife is it. You glance at the door, half hoping for a miracle, but it's just you, the women, in this gritty reality. Speaking of gritty, the floor's straw is looking less cozy by the minute. Ever try sleeping on a hay bale? Yeah, not as romantic as it sounds. As the mother pushes, the midwife's voice stays steady, guiding her like a ship through a storm. You're rooting for them both, caught up in the raw intensity of it all. The midwife's not just a healer. She's a lifeline stitching together hope and skill in a world that offers neither freely. You can't shake the feeling that her work, though uncelebrated, is what keeps this village alive. The fire crackles, casting shadows that dance like ghosts, and you realize this is history, not in castles or battlefields, but right here, in this hut, in these hands. You're still crouched in the dim hut, the air heavy with sweat and the faint sweetness of burning herbs. The midwife's steady chant hums in the background, but now your attention snags on something else: the strange, almost eerie rituals unfolding around the laboring woman. The room feels alive with superstition, as if invisible forces are being coaxed or banished. One of the older women, her fingers gnarled like tree roots, ties a series of intricate knots in a red cord, muttering that it'll bind the pain. You raise an eyebrow, knot tying, as painkiller, welcome to the Middle Ages, where childbirth was as much about mysticism as medicine. Superstitions weren't just quirks, they were survival strategies in a world where death was a frequent guest. By the 1300s, these rituals were so entrenched that even the church, ever watchful, grudgingly tolerated them. You watch another woman sprinkle salt in a circle around the birthing pallet, supposedly to ward off evil spirits. Here's the quirky bit. Some villages believed a demon called Lilith snatched newborns, so mothers clutched amulets or whispered charms to keep her at bay. Sounds like medieval moms had their own version of a baby monitor, just with more chanting and fewer batteries. Historians still argue whether these rituals were purely psychological or if they reflected deeper cultural fears about infant mortality. Either way, you can feel the room's collective hope pinned on these fragile defenses. The mother between groans clutches a small wooden carving of St. Margaret, her knuckles white. You get it. When science isn't an option, you lean hard into faith. The women around her move in sync, like they're performing a dance rehearsed for centuries. One scatters dried lavender on the fire, sending up a sharp floral puff. It's meant to purify the air, but you're pretty sure it just makes everyone sneeze. You stifle a chuckle. Imagine explaining allergies to this crowd. Sorry, Aunt Agnes, your demon repellent is giving me the sniffles. The midwife unfazed nods approval at the rituals. She's practical, but not above a good charm herself. She's got a rabbit's foot tucked in her apron. You wonder if she believes in it, or if it's just for show, like a medieval version of fake it till you make it. The knot-tying woman finishes her work and hangs the cord above the bed, claiming it'll ease the baby's passage. You're skeptical, but the mother's face softens as if the act itself is a kind of medicine. Maybe it is. In a world without anesthesia, a little belief goes a long way. You shift on the straw-strewn floor, your knees protesting. Ever sit cross-legged on what feels like a pile of toothpicks? Not exactly cozy. The fire pops, and you notice a small clay pot simmering in the corner, filled with something that smells like regret. It's probably another charm, maybe boiled nettles to strengthen the womb. The logic is shaky, but the effort is real. These women are throwing everything at this birth herb's prayers, even knots. You can't help but admire their grit, even if their methods make you glad for modern hospitals. The rituals keep coming. A woman presses a smooth river stone into the mother's palm, saying it'll ground her strength. You're starting to see the pattern. Every act, no matter how odd, is about control in a situation that feels anything but. The mother's next contraction hits, and the room falls silent, the charms and chants pausing as if holding their breath. You feel it too, a mix of awe and dread. The superstitions might not work, but they're a lifeline stitching together hope in a world where outcomes are anyone's guess. As the midwife resumes her chant, you catch a glimpse of the mother's eyes, fierce despite the pain. She's not just enduring. She's fighting, buoyed by the rituals around her. You're struck by how these strange customs, born of fear and desperation, create a kind of armor. The salt circle, the knotted cord, the whispered charms, they're not just folklore. They're defiance against a brutal reality. You lean closer, the fire's warmth brushing your face, and realize this isn't just a birth. It's a battle, and superstition is one of their weapons. You're still in the flickering glow of the hut, the air thick with the scent of lavender and sweat. The mother's labored breaths fill the space, and the knotted cord from that superstitious ritual sways gently above her. Now, your eyes drift to a rickety table in the corner where the midwife's tools glint in the firelight. These aren't the sleek instruments of a modern operating room. They're crude, almost menacing. You spot a pair of iron forceps, their jaws rusted and heavy, like something you'd use to pry open a stubborn crate. In the Middle Ages, tools like these were a last resort, often wielded by midwives or barber surgeons with more courage than precision. By the 1400s, forceps were emerging as a game changer, but their use was rare and risky, saving some lives while mangling others. You pick up the forceps, their weight surprising you. They're cold, unwieldy, and you can't help but wince imagining them in action. Here's a quirky tidbit. Some midwives preferred using their hands, or even greased wooden spoons, to maneuver a stuck baby, believing metal tools angered the spirits. Talk about a low-tech hack. Makes you wonder if they ever considered a warranty for those spoons. Historians still argue whether early forceps reduced mortality or just gave midwives a false sense of control. Either way, you're glad you're not the one testing them. The midwife notices your gaze and shakes her head as if to say, "Not yet." She's still relying on her hands, kneading the mother's belly with a rhythm that feels almost musical. You marvel at her skill, but the tools on the table tell a darker story. There's a blunt knife, its edge chipped from who knows what, and a bone needle threaded with coarse twine. These are for emergencies, think tears, or worse, a makeshift cesarean, which almost always ended in tragedy. You try not to dwell on that. Modern. You wants to sanitize everything, but here the closest thing to hygiene is a quick rinse in ale. Cheers to that, right? The mother groans, pulling you back to the moment. The midwife mutters something about opening the way and reaches for a small clay jar. It's filled with a greasy salve, maybe pig fat, mixed with herbs used to lubricate and ease the baby's passage. You catch a whiff and wrinkle your nose. It smells like a medieval candle gone wrong. The midwife slathers it on with confidence, and you can't help but respect her hustle. She's working with what she's got, and in this hut, that's not much. You glance at the forceps again, wondering how often they're a Hail Mary rather than a plan. The straw beneath you crunches as you shift, reminding you this isn't exactly a 5-star setup. Ever try sitting on a floor that's half dirt, half hay? It's like camping, but with higher stakes. The fire pops, casting shadows that make the tools look even more ominous. You notice a small leather pouch on the table, spilling out dried leaves and what might be a bird's claw. Another charm, probably, because why not throw in a little magic with your rusty iron? The blend of practicality and superstition is dizzying, but it's all they have to face a process that's as deadly as it is miraculous. As the mother pushes the midwife's hands, stay steady, her tools untouched for now. You're struck by her restraint. Knowing when not to intervene is as crucial as knowing when to act. The forceps, the knife, the salve, they're backup, not the star of the show. You feel the weight of the room, the hope and fear tangled together. The mother's next cry is fierce, and you're rooting for her even as you eye those tools warily. They're a reminder of how thin the line is between life and loss. You lean closer, the fire's warmth brushing your face, and realize every birth here is a gamble, and these tools are the wild card. You're still in the flickering glow of the hut, the air thick with the scent of lavender and sweat. The mother's labored breaths fill the space, and the knotted cord from that superstitious ritual sways gently above her. Now your eyes drift to a rickety table in the corner where the midwife's tools glint in the firelight. These aren't the sleek instruments of a modern operating room. They're crude, almost menacing. You spot a pair of iron forceps, their jaws rusted and heavy, like something you'd use to pry open a stubborn crate. In the Middle Ages, tools like these were a last resort, often wielded by midwives or barber surgeons with more courage than precision. By the 1400s, forceps were emerging as a game changer, but their use was rare and risky, saving some lives while mangling others. You pick up the forceps, their weight surprising you. They're cold, unwieldy, and you can't help but wince imagining them in action. Here's a quirky tidbit. Some midwives preferred using their hands or even greased wooden spoons to maneuver a stuck baby, believing metal tools angered the spirits. Talk about a low-tech hack. Makes you wonder if they ever considered a warranty for those spoons. Historians still argue whether early forceps reduced mortality or just gave midwives a false sense of control. Either way, you're glad you're not the one testing them. The midwife notices your gaze and shakes her head as if to say, "Not yet." She's still relying on her hands, kneading the mother's belly, with a rhythm that feels almost musical. You marvel at her skill, but the tools on the table tell a darker story. There's a blunt knife, its edge chipped from who knows what, and a bone needle threaded with coarse twine. These are for emergencies, think tears, or worse, a makeshift cesarean, which almost always ended in tragedy. You try not to dwell on that. Modern. You wants to sanitize everything, but here the closest thing to hygiene is a quick rinse in ale. Cheers to that, right? The mother groans, pulling you back to the moment. The midwife mutters something about opening the way and reaches for a small clay jar. It's filled with a greasy salve, maybe pig fat, mixed with herbs used to lubricate and ease the baby's passage. You catch a whiff and wrinkle your nose. It smells like a medieval candle gone wrong. The midwife slathers it on with confidence, and you can't help but respect her hustle. She's working with what she's got, and in this hut, that's not much. You glance at the forceps again, wondering how often they're a Hail Mary rather than a plan. The straw beneath you crunches as you shift, reminding you this isn't exactly a 5-star setup. Ever try sitting on a floor that's half dirt, half hay? It's like camping, but with higher stakes. The fire pops, casting shadows that make the tools look even more ominous. You notice a small leather pouch on the table spilling out dried leaves and what might be a bird's claw. Another charm, probably because why not throw in a little magic with your rusty iron? The blend of practicality and superstition is dizzying, but it's all they have to face a process that's as deadly as it is miraculous. As the mother pushes the midwife's hands, stay steady, her tools untouched for now. You're struck by her restraint. Knowing when not to intervene is as crucial as knowing when to act. The forceps, the knife, the salve, they're backup, not the star of the show. You feel the weight of the room, the hope and fear tangled together. The mother's next cry is fierce, and you're rooting for her, even as you eye those tools warily. They're a reminder of how thin the line is between life and loss. You lean closer, the fire's warmth brushing your face, and realize every birth here is a gamble, and these tools are the wild card. You're still hunched in the smoky hut, the iron forceps from that grim table glinting in your memory. The mother's cries sharpen each one, slicing through the haze of herbs and firelight. Now your focus shifts to an invisible force looming over this scene. The church, its rules as heavy as the rafters above. In the Middle Ages, the Catholic Church didn't just guide souls. It meddled in bodies, too dictating how a woman could or couldn't give birth. You notice the midwife glancing at a small cross nailed to the wall, a reminder that every move here is under holy scrutiny. By the 1200s, church doctrine often mandated birthing positions, like lying flat to ensure modesty before God. Modesty. In this chaos, good luck enforcing that. You watch the mother propped upright with pillows defying the church's preferred flat-on-back stance. The midwife, practical as ever, knows gravity helps, but she's risking a priest's disapproval. Here's a quirky tidbit. Some clergy insisted on baptizing a baby mid-delivery if it seemed doomed, even if it meant pausing labor. Imagine the midwife's eye roll. Nothing says multitasking, like juggling a birth and a sacrament. Historians still argue whether these religious rules saved souls or just complicated an already brutal process. You're betting on the latter. The church's shadow doesn't stop at posture. You spot a clay bowl of holy water near the bed, sprinkled earlier to bless the mother. It's not just spiritual insurance. It's a requirement in some villages, where priests could fine families for unsanctified births. You can't help but smirk. Imagine getting a ticket for birthing wrong. The midwife mutters a prayer to Saint Anne, patron of mothers, weaving faith into her work like thread through cloth. She's not rebelling outright, but her focus is the mother, not the rulebook. You respect that hustle, even if it's a tightrope walk. The mother's next contraction hits, and the room tightens with focus. You notice a woman in the corner clutching a rosary, her lips moving silently. Religion here isn't just comfort. It's a shield against a world where death feels like a neighbor who visits too often. The church also controlled diet. Some priests banned meat during labor, claiming it inflamed the body. You glance at the mother, sipping weak broth, and wonder if she's craving a burger. Ever try pushing a human out on an empty stomach? Yeah, not a party. The straw under your knees is starting to feel like a personal grudge. You shift, trying not to disrupt the rhythm of the room. The fire crackles, and you catch a whiff of that greasy salve from earlier. Remember that pig-fat candle vibe? It's still lingering, mixing with the faint metallic tang of holy water. The midwife's hands move with quiet defiance, ignoring the church's rigid playbook. She's not here to debate theology. She's here to deliver a baby. You're struck by her balance, respecting the cross on the wall while bending the rules just enough to keep the mother safe. As the mother pushes, the midwife slips in a soft jest. "Keep going, lass, or St. Peter will charge you rent for waiting." The room chuckles, a brief release in the tension. You grin too, humor's a lifeline here, cutting through the church's heavy hand. The religious rules feel like an extra layer of pressure, but these women navigate them with a mix of faith and pragmatism. You lean closer, the fire's warmth brushing your face, and realize the church may set the stage, but in this hut, the women are running the show. They're bending the rules, not breaking them, to wrestle life from a system that doesn't always care if they win. You're still in the hut, the air thick with the lingering scent of holy water, and that greasy salve. Remember that pig-fat candle smell. The mother's defiance of the church's flat-on-back rule hangs in the room, a quiet rebellion against the cross on a wall. Now your gaze shifts to the stark divide between two worlds, the gilded chambers of queens and the straw-strewn floors of peasants. Childbirth in the Middle Ages wasn't just a biological gamble, it was a class showdown. You picture a queen draped in velvet laboring in a castle tower, while here, in this muddy village, the mother grips a rope tied to the rafters. By the 1300s, royal births were public spectacles witnessed by courtiers to confirm an heir's legitimacy, while peasant births were private, raw, and often deadly. You imagine yourself in that castle, velvet curtains muffling the queen's cries. She's got a team, physicians, midwives, even astrologers, charting the baby's stars. Her bed is piled with furs, and servants fan her with peacock feathers. Sounds cushy, right? But here's the quirky bit. Some royal midwives used birthing chairs, carved wooden seats with a hole for delivery believed to speed things up. Think of it as medieval IKEA's take on ergonomics. Too bad the peasants didn't get the memo. Historians still argue whether these chairs actually helped or were just fancy props for the nobility. You're leaning toward prop. Back in the hut, the mother's pallet is a far cry from furs, just a thin blanket over straw. No servants, no astrologers, just a handful of neighbors, and that no-nonsense midwife. You notice the women sharing a loaf of coarse bread, passing it to the mother for strength. In the castle, she'd be sipping spiced wine. Here it's watery ale if she's lucky. The class gap hits hard. Wealth bought comfort. maybe even survival, but not immunity. Queens died in childbirth too. Nobody's dodging that grim reaper. Ever try giving birth on what feels like a pile of twigs? Yeah, peasant life's not winning any comfort awards. The midwife needs the mother's back, her hands steady despite the rough conditions. You're struck by the contrast. Royal births were political theater, with nobles betting on the baby's gender, while this hut is pure survival, no audience required. The mother's next groan pulls you back, her face etched with grit. You can't help but root for her, even as you imagine the queen's gilded struggle. Both women face the same pain, but the peasants got no safety net, no court physician, no silk sheets. Just this room, these women, and a whole lot of hope. The fire pops, sending a spark onto the straw. You flinch, half expecting a disaster, but a neighbor stomps it out with a chuckle. Not today, devil. You grin, humor is a spark of its own, lighting up this grim scene. The class divide feels unfair, but these women don't dwell on it. They're too busy keeping the mother going, sharing what little they have. You glance at the knotted cord from earlier, still swaying above. Remember that superstition. It's a reminder that some things, like fear and faith, cut across class lines. Royals and peasants alike clutch their charms. As the mother pushes, you realize the real difference isn't just luxury, it's isolation. The queen's surrounded by strangers with agendas. Here the mother's got a community flawed but fierce. You lean closer, the fire's warmth brushing your face, and feel the weight of that truth. The straw under your knees is still a pain, seriously, who romanticizes this stuff, but it grounds you in this moment. Royal or peasant childbirth was a battlefield, and every mother from castle to hut was a warrior rolling the dice against fate. You're still crouched in the smoky hut, the straw under your knees poking like a bad life choice. Remember that twig pile from the peasant's pallet. The contrast between the queen's velvet-draped labor and this gritty scene lingers in your mind. Now the air grows heavier, the mother's cries sharper. You're about to witness a crisis, a breech birth, where the baby's coming feet first, turning an already perilous delivery into a heart-stopping gamble. In the Middle Ages, breech births were a nightmare, with survival rates for both mother and child plummeting. By the 1400s, skilled midwives could sometimes turn a baby manually, but the odds were brutal, and the stakes feel suffocating in this cramped hut. You watch the midwife's face tighten as she feels the mother's belly, her fingers tracing the baby's position. She mutters, "Feet first, stubborn little thing." The room falls quiet, the women exchanging glances that carry a mix of fear and resolve. Here's a quirky tidbit: some midwives believed rubbing a mother's feet with goose fat could coax the baby to turn. Sounds like a medieval spa treatment gone wrong, right? Historians still argue whether these odd remedies were desperate guesses or rooted in some forgotten wisdom. You're not holding your breath for goose fat to make a comeback. The midwife kneads the mother's abdomen, trying to shift the baby with slow, deliberate pressure. You can't look away. Her hands are steady, but the tension's like a taut rope. Breech births often meant choosing between mother and child, a decision no one wants to make. The mother's groans deepen her grip on the rafter rope, white-knuckled. You feel useless, just a bystander in this high-stakes drama. The fire's glow catches the knotted cord swaying above. Remember that superstition from earlier. It's still there, a fragile symbol of hope in a moment that feels anything but hopeful. The midwife calls for more hot water, and a neighbor scrambles to comply, nearly tripping over the straw. You stifle a nervous chuckle. Ever try running in a room that's half barn, half chaos? Not exactly graceful. The midwife's now slicking her hands with that greasy salve you smelled earlier. Yep, the pig fat candle vibe is back. It's to help her maneuver the baby, but you're praying she doesn't have to reach for those rusty forceps from the table. The memory of their cold, heavy jaws makes you shudder. This is where skill meets luck, and the line between life and death feels razor thin. You notice the other women circling closer, their voices soft but urgent, offering prayers to St. Margaret. The church's shadow is still here, but it's taking a back seat to survival. The midwife's focus is laser sharp, her sarcasm slipping out. Come on, little one, don't make me chase you. It's a fleeting joke, but it lands easing the room's panic for a second. You grin amazed at how humor sneaks into even the darkest moments. The mother's next push is fierce, and you're rooting for her, your heart pounding like you're the one in labor. The baby hasn't turned yet, and the midwife's brow furrows. She's running out of time. You glance at the table, where that blunt knife and bone needle wait like grim sentinels. If things go south, those tools might be the only option, and nobody wants that. The mother's strength is fading. Her breath's ragged, but she's still fighting. You're struck by her raw courage. This isn't just a birth. It's a battle against nature's cruelest curveball. The fire pops, casting shadows that dance like specters, and you realize every second here is a roll of the dice, and the stakes couldn't be higher. You're still in the hut, the tension from that breech birth gripping the room like a vice. The midwife's hands slick with salve, yep. That pig-fat candle stench is backworked tirelessly, but the baby's still stubborn feet first. The mother's cries are fainter now, her strength waning. You shift on the straw, your knees screaming from the twig-like floor, and your focus turns to what comes next. The postpartum period, often deadlier than labor itself. In the Middle Ages, the weeks after birth were a gauntlet of risks, infection, hemorrhage, exhaustion that could snatch a mother's life just when she thought she'd won. By the 1300s, historians estimate up to 30% of maternal deaths happened post-delivery, a grim shadow hanging over every birth. You watch the women in the room, their faces taut with worry, already bracing for this next fight. The midwife, if she gets the baby out, won't just walk away. She'll stay for days, maybe weeks, tending to the mother. Here's a quirky tidbit. Some villages believed a mother shouldn't leave her bed for 40 days after birth, a custom called lying in, meant to protect her from evil heirs. Sounds like a nice excuse for a Netflix binge, until you realize it's less about rest and more about dodging invisible demons. Historians still argue whether lying in helped recovery or just trapped women in stuffy, germ-ridden rooms. The mother's next push pulls you back her face, a mix of grit and fatigue. If she survives delivery, she'll face a new battlefield. You notice a clay pot by the fire simmering with a broth of nettles and barley postpartum food to rebuild strength. It smells like soggy lawn clippings, and you're glad you're not sipping it. The women will feed her this daily, believing it restores blood lost in birth. Modern, you wants to lecture about iron supplements, but here its nettles are nothing. You can't help but admire their effort, even if the science is shaky. The straw crunches under you seriously, who thought this was flooring, and you glance at the knotted cord still swaying above a callback to those superstitious rituals. Postpartum, that cord might be buried under the hut to ground the mother's recovery. Every act here is layered with meaning, a desperate bid to control the uncontrollable. The midwife's voice cuts through, urging the mother on. but you're already imagining the days ahead, fever swelling, or worse, the dreaded childbed fever, which no one yet understands is caused by unwashed hands. Spoiler, those rusty forceps aren't helping. A neighbor stokes the fire, and a spark lands near your foot. You brush it off, muttering, "Not today. Fire hazard." The room's too focused to notice your quip, but it keeps you grounded. The postpartum period was brutal, because recovery wasn't guaranteed, even for the strong. The church, ever present, demanded a churching ceremony 40 days post-birth to purify the mother as if surviving wasn't holy enough. You roll your eyes, imagine dragging yourself to church after weeks of nettle soup and no sleep. The mother's groan refocuses you. She's still in labor, but the postpartum specter looms. If she makes it, the women will wrap her in coarse blankets, keep her warm and pray. They'll watch for signs of trouble, redness chills, or that telltale fever. You're struck by their vigilance, a community knitting itself around her. The midwife sarcasm slips out, "Push now, lass, or you'll be eating nettles till Christmas." It's a soft jab, and you grin amazed at how humor threads through the fear. You lean closer, the fire's warmth brushing your face, and realize surviving birth is only half the battle. The real fight starts when the baby's out, and these women know it, facing it with nothing but broth prayers and sheer stubbornness. You're still in the dim hut, the air heavy with the scent of nettle broth and that lingering pig fat salve. Yep, the medieval candle vibe persists. The mother's struggle with the breech birth hangs in the room. Her weakened cries, a stark reminder of the postpartum perils waiting. Now, your attention shifts to a curious absence men. In this chaotic, women-only space, their exclusion feels deliberate, almost sacred. In the Middle Ages, men were rarely allowed near the birthing chamber, a custom rooted in both practicality and taboo. By the 1300s, childbirth was women's territory, with midwives and female kin guarding the space like a fortress. Men, if present at all, were usually priests, or in rare cases, barber surgeons called for emergencies. You glance at the door, half expecting a nervous husband to peek in. Nope. The hut's a female stronghold, and you're struck by the power shift. Outside, men rule the fields and courts, but here they're outsiders. Here's a quirky tidbit. Some villages believed a man's presence could curse the birth, jinxing the baby's health. Talk about a convenient excuse to kick out the guy pacing nervously. Sorry, pal. Your vibes are bad for the baby. Historians still argue whether this exclusion was about protecting women's privacy or enforcing rigid gender roles. You're betting it's a bit of both. The midwife, kneading the mother's belly, doesn't miss a beat. She's the general here, and the women follow her lead, their voices a soft hum of encouragement. You notice a neighbor braiding the mother's hair to keep it out of her face, a small, tender act that feels like defiance against the chaos. Men might be banned, but this sisterhood is the backbone. You can't help but wonder what the husband's doing, probably chewing his nails in the barn, praying the church's rules. Remember that cross on the wall. Don't blame him for whatever happens. The straw under your knees is still a nightmare, ever sat on what feels like a porcupine's bad day. You shift, trying not to disrupt the room's rhythm. The fire pops, and you catch a whiff of that simmering broth from the postpartum prep. The absence of men makes the hut feel intimate, almost conspiratorial, like you're in on a secret. The church, ever looming, reinforced this divide, decreeing childbirth unclean for men to witness, yet demanding their prayers from afar. You roll your eyes, imagine being told your only job is to pray, while your wife fights for her life. Talk about a raw deal. The mother's next groan is faint, and the midwife's sarcasm slips out. Come on, lass. Let's not keep the angels waiting. It's a gentle prod, and the women chuckle, the tension easing for a moment. You grin too. Humor's a thread weaving this group together. The exclusion of men isn't just tradition. It's practical. Childbirth is messy, unpredictable, and these women know it better than any priest or surgeon. You notice the knotted cord swaying above. Remember that superstition. It's a women's ritual, untouched by male hands, a symbol of this guarded space. If a man were called, it'd likely be a priest for last rites, or a surgeon with those rusty forceps you saw earlier. Both spell trouble. You're struck by the women's self-reliance, their knowledge a shield against a world that undervalues them. The midwife's hands, steady despite the crisis, embody that strength. You lean closer, the fire's warmth brushing your face, and realize this hut is a rare pocket of female power, where men's absence isn't loss, it's necessity. The mother fights on, and these women, not some distant husband or priest, are her army holding the line against fate's cruel odds. You're still in the hut, the air thick with the hum of women's voices, and that stubborn pig-fat salve scent. Yep, the medieval candle vibe lingers. The mother's faint cries, and the women-only sanctuary, with men barred from this sacred chaos, still echo in your mind. Now, a new shadow creeps into focus. Childbed fever, the invisible killer that haunted every medieval delivery. In the Middle Ages, this postpartum infection, later linked to unsterile practices, could turn a hard-won birth into a death sentence. By the 1400s, no one knew germs existed, so fever swept through birthing huts like a thief, claiming mothers days or weeks after delivery. Historians estimate it contributed to nearly half of postpartum deaths, a statistic that chills the room. You watch the midwife, her hands still slick from maneuvering the breech baby. She's unaware that those hands, unwashed by modern standards, could carry the fever's seeds. The mother, if she survives labor, isn't out of the woods. You notice a neighbor wiping the mother's brow with a cloth shared damp and probably used on others. Here's a quirky tidbit. Some midwives believed burning juniper branches could purify the air and fend off fever. Sounds like a medieval air freshener, but you're not betting on it, stopping bacteria. Historians still argue whether these practices were harmless rituals or unknowingly worsened infections. You're leaning toward the latter. The fire crackles, and you shift on the straw, still a prickly nightmare, like sitting on a grudge. The women are focused, but you can sense their unspoken fear of the fever. They call it the fire within a vague term for chills, sweats, and a body turning against itself. The midwife might try cooling the mother with wet cloths, or feeding her that nettle broth from earlier. Remember that soggy lawn clipping smell? It's meant to balance the body, but it's like throwing pebbles at a storm. You want to shout about antibiotics, but here it's just prayers and guesswork. The mother's next push is weak, her face pale. The midwife's voice stays steady, urging her on, but you're haunted by what's coming. If fever strikes, it'll start subtly a shiver, a flush, then rage like wildfire. The women will stay by her side, mopping her brow, whispering to St. Margaret. The church's rules, like that cross on the wall, offer no cure, only comfort. You glance at the knotted cord swaying above, remember that superstition. It's still there, a fragile hope against this unseen enemy. The lack of sanitation hits hard the forceps, the shared cloths, even the midwife's apron, all unwitting carriers. A spark from the fire lands near your hand, and you brush it off, muttering, "Not now, pyro." The room's too tense for anyone to notice your quip, but it keeps you grounded. The midwife's sarcasm slips out. Come on, lass. Don't let the fever get ideas. It's a dark joke, and you force a grin, amazed at how they laugh in the face of dread. Childbed fever's a specter. No one names directly, like bad luck you don't invite. You're struck by their resilience, facing a killer they can't see, with nothing but herbs, faith in each other. The mother's fighting, but the fever's shadow looms. You lean closer, the fire's warmth brushing your face, and feel the weight of their ignorance, not stupidity, just a world without microscopes. The women's vigilance, their endless tending is all they have. The hut feels smaller now, the air heavier, as if the fever's already here waiting. You're rooting for the mother, but history's grim math, those death rates gnaws at you. This isn't just a birth. It's a tightrope walk over a chasm, and childbed fever is the wind threatening to push her off. You're still hunched in the hut, the air thick with the ghost of that pig-fat salve and the looming dread of childbed fever. Remember that invisible killer. The mother's weakened cries from the breech birth pierce the haze, her pale face a reminder of the tightrope she's on. Now your focus shifts to the mothers who beat the odds defying death through sheer grit luck, or maybe a sprinkle of that juniper smoke the midwife swears by. In the Middle Ages, surviving childbirth and its aftermath was a triumph, a badge of honor worn quietly by women who outlasted the grim statistics. By the 1300s, those who made it through often became pillars of their villages, their survival a testament to endurance over a brutal system. You watch the mother, her knuckles white on the rafter rope pushing with a fierceness that feels like defiance. If she survives, she'll join the ranks of those who've stared down fate and won. Here's a quirky tidbit. Some villages marked surviving mothers with a ritual feast where they were fed honeyed bread to sweeten their recovery. Sounds like a medieval version of a victory lap. Too bad the bread was probably stale. Historians still argue whether these celebrations were about honoring the mother or reassuring the community that life could win. You're betting it's both. The midwife's hands still slick from the salve move, with quiet confidence coaxing the baby. You're struck by her role in these survival stories. She's not just delivering babies, she's forging survivors. The women around her share glances, their faces a mix of hope and exhaustion. They've seen mothers pull through, and they're betting on this one. You notice a neighbor tucking a blanket around the mother's shoulders, a small act that feels like a vote of confidence. The knotted cord sways above. Remember that superstition. It's still there, a symbol of the fragile hope tying this room together. The straw under your knees is still a prickly foe, ever sat on what feels like a disgruntled hedgehog. You shift, trying not to break the room's rhythm. The fire pops, and you catch a whiff of that nettle broth simmering for postpartum recovery. Yep, the soggy lawn clipping vibe persists. Surviving meant more than just living through labor. It meant dodging fever hemorrhage and the church's rigid rules, like that cross on the wall. Some mothers, the lucky ones, emerged stronger, their stories whispered in huts, like this one fueling hope for the next birth. The mother's next push is fierce, and the midwife's sarcasm slips out. Keep going, lass. You're tougher than the devil's boots. It's a soft jab, and you grin, amazed at how humor weaves through the fear. The women chuckle, and for a moment, the room feels lighter, like they're all daring fate to try harder. You're rooting for her, imagining her as one of those survivors, maybe sharing honeyed bread with her kin in a few weeks. But the breech birth is still a hurdle, and those rusty forceps on the table remember them lurk as a grim backup plan. You lean closer, the fire's warmth brushing your face, and feel the weight of these women's resilience. Survival wasn't just luck. It was a collective effort, the midwife's skill, the neighbor's prayers, even that goofy goose fat trick from earlier. The church called childbirth a divine test, but these women made it a human victory. You're struck by their quiet power, turning pain into legacy. The mother's groan pulls you back, her eyes blazing with stubborn will. She's fighting to be one of the survivors, and this hut with its straw and smoke and sisterhood is her battleground. You're still in the smoky hut, the air heavy with the fading scent of nettle broth, and the stubborn pig-fat salve, yep, that medieval candle vibe, clings like a bad memory. The mother's fierce push, her eyes blazing with survivor's grit, still echoes from the last moment. Now your heart sinks as you face a harsher truth, the fate of infants, where survival was a long shot in the Middle Ages. High infant mortality cast a shadow over every birth, with babies facing disease, malnutrition, and the raw fragility of life. By the 1300s, historians estimate up to 40% of infants didn't survive their first year, a statistic that weighs on this hut like damp straw. You watch the midwife, her hands still working to free the breech baby, her face taut with focus. If this child arrives alive, its fight is just beginning. You notice a neighbor preparing a swaddling cloth coarse but clean, hoping there's a baby to wrap. Here's a quirky tidbit. Some villages believed rubbing a newborn with salt could harden it against illness, like seasoning a tiny human for battle. Sounds like a recipe for a cranky baby, not a cure. Historians still argue whether these rituals were desperate hopes or cultural quirks rooted in fear of loss. You're betting fear wins. The mother's groan pulls you back, her strength fading but unbroken. The women around her are quiet their prayers to Saint Margaret, barely a whisper. They know the odds, even if the baby breathes, it might not last a week. You spot a small wooden cradle in the corner carved with simple notches, optimistic, but maybe empty soon. The emotional toll hits you. Imagine fighting through labor, dodging fever. Remember that childbed killer, only to lose the child. The knotted cord sways above recall that superstition, a fragile charm now seeming more for the baby than the mother. The straw under your knees is still a prickly nemesis, ever sat on what feels like a betrayed hay bale. You shift the fire's pop, startling you. A spark lands near the swaddling cloth, and you brush it away muttering, "Not today, chaos." The room's too tense for your quip, but it keeps you steady. The baby's survival hinges on so little warmth, milk, and luck. Breastfeeding was the norm, but malnutrition or illness could dry a mother's supply. No formula here, just prayers, and maybe some goat's milk if the village is lucky. The midwife's voice cuts through, urging the mother one more lass for the little one. Her sarcasm slips out. Don't let it think it's staying in there forever. You grin amazed at how humor pierces the grief. The women's faces show it their own losses. Babies who didn't make it yet. They're here holding space for this mother. The church, with its cross on the wall, offered baptism as a lifeline, but it couldn't stop dysentery or cold nights. You're struck by the women's resilience, pouring love into a child who might not stay their hearts scarred, but open. You lean closer, the fire's warmth brushing your face, and feel the weight of this reality. Infant mortality wasn't just a number. It was a wound carried by every mother, every hut. The mother's next cry is raw, and you're rooting for her, and the baby knowing the odds are cruel. The swaddling cloth waits, the cradle looms, and the women pray their voices a soft shield against a world that takes too much. This birth is a gamble, and the infant's fate, tied to salt milk and fleeting hope, is a story no one dares finish. You're still crouched in the smoky hut, the air heavy with the weight of infant mortality, and that stubborn pig-fat salve. Yep. The medieval candle stench lingers like an uninvited guest. The mother's raw cry, fighting for her breech baby, still rings in your ears, the swaddling cloth, waiting like a quiet prayer. Now your focus shifts to the herbal arsenal. These women wield their pungent salves and bruise a desperate bid to tip the scales toward life. In the Middle Ages, herbs were the closest thing to medicine used for everything from easing labor to warding off that childbed fever you dread. By the 1300s, midwives relied on plants like mugwort and yarrow, but their effectiveness was a gamble, often more hope than science. You watch the midwife reach for a small sack, pulling out dried leaves that smell like a forest after rain. She crumbles them into a clay cup, mixing a brew she claims will steady the mother's blood. You lean in, catching a whiff, sharp, earthy, like tea, you'd politely decline. Here's a quirky tidbit. Some midwives used mandrake root, believed to scream, when pulled from the ground as a painkiller. Imagine the village gossip. She used screaming root, and the baby practically danced out. Historians still argue whether these herbs helped or were just placebo with a side of folklore. You're skeptical, but the mother sips the brew, so you keep quiet. The fire crackles, and you shift on the straw, still a prickly foe, like sitting on a disgruntled broom. The midwife's hands, slick from earlier, now grind more herbs. With a stone, her movements precise despite the chaos. You notice a jar of salve on the table, probably yarrow and comfrey, meant to soothe tears or swelling. It smells like regret, but it's better than nothing. Modern you wants to lecture about dosages, but here it's a pinch of this, a handful of that. The women trust these plants, their knowledge passed down like a family recipe, even if the results are spotty. The mother's next groan is faint, and the midwife urges her to drink more of the brew. You're not sure if it's helping or just keeping her busy. The herbs are a lifeline, but they're no match for infection or hemorrhage. Remember that childbed fever. The knotted cord sways above a callback to those superstitions, and you wonder if the herbs are just another charm, more faith than fix. The women's dedication hits you. They're throwing everything at this birth, from prayers to plants, knowing the odds are brutal. Ever try curing a crisis with backyard weeds? Yeah, it's like fighting a dragon with a butter knife. A spark from the fire lands near your foot, and you brush it off, muttering, "Not now, sparkler." The room's too focused for your quip, but it grounds you. The midwife's sarcasm slips out. "Drink up, lass, or the herbs'll think you're picky." You grin amazed at how humor threads through the tension. The women pass the cup, their hands steady their faces etched with hope. The church with its cross on the wall blessed some herbs, but eyed others warily, calling them witchy. Yet here, their salvation smeared on skin or steeped in water. You lean closer, the fire's warmth brushing your face, and feel the weight of their trust in these fragile leaves. Herbs were their pharmacy, their science, their defiance against a world that offered no guarantees. The mother sips again, her eyes fierce despite the pain. You're rooting for her, but the herb's power feels like a coin toss, heads for healing, tails for heartbreak. The hut hums with effort, the women weaving hope from plants and prayers, and you realize this isn't just a birth. It's a battle where every leaf is a weapon and survival is the prize. You're still in the smoky hut, the sharp tang of herbal brew. Remember that forest rain tea vibe, mixing with the ever-present pig fat salve stench. The mother's fierce sips of the midwife's concoction and her battle with the breech baby linger in the air, the swaddling cloth still waiting. Now your attention turns to the strange, almost whimsical customs that mark childbirth across medieval regions. These cultural quirks, from burying placentas to hanging charms, were as vital as herbs in the fight for survival, each village adding its own flavor to the birthing ritual. By the 1300s, these practices varied wildly, reflecting local beliefs and fears about life, death, and luck. You notice a neighbor digging a small hole in the hut's dirt floor, her hands quick and purposeful. She's preparing to bury the placenta after the birth, a custom some villages swore brought the mother good fortune. Here's a quirky tidbit. In parts of England, they'd plant a tree over the buried placenta, believing it tied the child's soul to the land. Talk about a literal family tree. Hope they picked a sturdy oak and not a wimpy shrub. Historians still argue whether these rituals were about spiritual bonding or just practical disposal in a world without sanitation. You're leaning toward both, with a side of superstition. The midwife still coaxing the mother through labor nods approval at the digging. She's seen it all, placentas buried, burned, or even dried as charms. You catch a whiff of the yarrow salve from earlier. Yep, the regretful candle vibe persists, and spot a bundle of twigs tied with red thread hanging near the door. It's another local custom meant to trap evil spirits. You raise an eyebrow. It looks like a craft project gone rogue, but the women treat it like a fortress gate. The knotted cord sways above. Remember that old superstition, and you realize these quirks are cousins, all weaving hope into the chaos. The straw under your knees is still a prickly enemy ever sat on what feels like a vengeful haystack. You shift the fire's pop, making you flinch. A spark lands near the twig bundle, and you mutter, "Not today, firebug." The room's too tense for your quip, but it keeps you steady. The mother's groan pulls you back, her face etched with pain, but unbroken. These customs, like burying the placenta or hanging twig charms, aren't just oddities. They're armor, giving the women a sense of control in a world that offers none. The church, with its cross on the wall, tolerated some quirks, but frowned on others, calling them pagan. Yet here, they're sacred. The midwife's sarcasm slips out push lass, or we'll be planting trees till dawn. You grin amazed at how humor sneaks into the ritual. The women chuckle their hands, busy with tasks, digging, praying, or adjusting that twig bundle. You're struck by the diversity of these customs. In one village, they might sing to the placenta. In another, they'd toss it into a river for cleansing. Each act is a thread in the tapestry of survival, tying the mother baby and community to something bigger. You wonder what your hometown's quirk would be. Maybe a Wi-Fi router charm for good vibes. You lean closer, the fire's warmth brushing your face, and feel the weight of these traditions. They're not just folklore. They're defiance, a way to claim power over fate. The mother fights on the hole in the floor, ready for its ritual, the twig standing guard. You're rooting for her. But the cultural quirks remind you every birth here is a story unique to its place, its people. The hut hums with purpose, the women weaving luck from dirt and thread, and you realize these strange customs are the heartbeat of a world that refuses to surrender. You're still in the smoky hut, the faint scent of buried placenta dirt mingling with that relentless pig fat salve. Yep, the medieval candle stench refuses to quit. The mother's battle with the breech birth, the twig bundle by the door, and the quirky customs like planting trees over placentas linger in your mind. Now you step back to reflect on the legacy of these medieval mothers whose resilience shaped a tougher world. Their survival against brutal odds wasn't just personal, it was a foundation building communities that endured war plague and time itself. By the 1300s, every mother who outlasted childbirth became a quiet architect of history, their strength echoing in the villages they sustained. You watch the mother, her face a map of pain and grit, pushing with a fire that feels immortal. If she survives, she'll carry this moment like a scar, a story told in hushed tones to her kin. Here's a quirky tidbit. Some villages honored surviving mothers by weaving their hair into a family cord, a keepsake passed down generations. Imagine a braid as your family's heirloom beats a dusty photo album, right? Historians still argue whether these traditions were about celebrating mothers or reinforcing their role as community glue. You're betting it's both, with a nod to their unspoken power. The midwife's hands steady despite the chaos embody that legacy. She's not just delivering a baby. She's forging a link in a chain that stretches centuries. You notice the women around her, their faces worn but fierce, each likely a survivor herself. They're the proof mothers who dodged fever. Remember that childbed killer hemorrhage and those rusty forceps you eyed earlier. The knotted cord sways above. Recall that superstition, a symbol of the hope these women carried tying past to future. You're struck by their quiet defiance, turning pain into a legacy that outlasts kings and castles. The straw under your knees is still a prickly foe, seriously, who greenlit this flooring. You shift the fire's pop softer now, like it's winding down with the night. The mother's groan is faint but stubborn, and the midwife's sarcasm slips out. One last push, lass, and you'll be a legend. You grin amazed at how humor threads through their strength. The women chuckle, their hands steady, passing a cloth, a prayer, a glance. This hut, with its smoke and straw, is a crucible where resilience is forged, where mothers become the backbone of a world that leans on them without asking. You lean closer, the fire's warmth a gentle brush now, and feel the weight of their legacy. These women weren't just surviving. They were building families' villages a future. The church's cross on the wall framed their pain as divine, but their grit was human raw and unstoppable. You're rooting for this mother, imagining her joining the ranks of those who wove cords, shared stories, and held their communities together. Her fight is their fight a thread in a tapestry that's still visible today in every family that traces its roots to a hut like this. The fire's glow fades its embers, pulsing like a slow heartbeat. You feel the hut grow quieter, the air softer, as if the world is exhaling. The mother's struggle, the midwife's hands, the women's prayers, they blur into a single steady hum, like a lullaby for the ages. You're no longer just a visitor. You're part of their story, carried on a current of resilience that flows through time. The straw beneath you feels less sharp now, the smoke a gentle veil. These mothers with their herbs, their cords, their stubborn hope built a world that holds you even now. Let their strength cradle you, their courage whisper you to rest. Close your eyes. Let the fire's last pop fade and drift into the peace they fought for. What medieval women couldn't do, that might shock you. We slide silently into a world where your life begins before your choices do. You wake not as a free girl, but as a future wife, already promised, already priced. It's morning in a thatch-roofed cottage. Your blanket smells of smoke and sheep's wool. The fire has gone out. Again. Your father sits at the table talking low with a man whose boots are too polished for this muddy village. They don't look at you when you enter. That's how you know something's happening. He brought bread. Good bread. Flaky crust, warm center. And a copper brooch. Your mother doesn't smile, but her hands twitch as she slices it. You sit suddenly aware that you're wearing your best tunic, even though it's Tuesday. You're 12, maybe 13. The word betrothed is never spoken, but it floats in the air like steam over the broth. That's the moment you stop being a child. Not when you bleed. Not when you marry. You aren't asked. You're informed. He'll return after harvest. You will have time to prepare. Your preparation. Learning not to cry where anyone can see. Mainstream fact across medieval Europe, girls were often engaged as young as 7, married by 12, 14. Noble daughters were bargaining chips. Peasant girls were labor reinforcements. Either way, your heart was the last thing anyone consulted. You wash linens and memorize his name. Giles. You don't know what color his eyes are. You don't know if he smells like horse sweat or wine. You don't know if he hits when he's angry or sings when he drinks. You know only that he is older, taller, and you are already behind in your stitching. Your mother tells you he has land. He can feed you. You nod, like that means something to you. It doesn't. Not yet. Quirky tidbit. In 13th century England, there are records of girls betrothed in infancy, sometimes before birth, as part of political alliances. If either side refused later, it could mean war. You're not at war, but you're not at peace either. You whisper your name under your breath, over and over, like a spell to keep it from disappearing. Historians still argue whether medieval girls accepted these roles as normal, or whether they quietly rebelled in ways we'll never fully trace. Some left secret embroidery in wedding garments, coded messages of resistance. Others went mute on wedding day, forcing a priest to coax the vow from trembling lips. You finish your chores and sit beneath the birch tree near the well. The leaves are changing. You wonder if marriage will change you too, or if it will just erase the parts no one has bothered to learn. Giles comes to visit 3 weeks later. He doesn't look at you when he speaks. He asks your father how many chickens you raise. He asks your mother if your hands are good for kneading. You are a recipe. At dinner, you try to laugh. He says it's too loud. You smile smaller. Later that night, you lie awake counting your breath. You think about running. But where would you go? And with what shoes? You don't cry. You just let the stillness fill you like a second skin. And in the morning, you will rise and begin stitching your wedding shift. Because in this world, you can't choose when or if you marry. But you can choose to remember who you were just a little bit before they renamed you wife. You're 13 now, and everyone calls you a wife. Not because you feel like one, but because a priest mumbled Latin over your head while your hands trembled in a ring that didn't fit. The bread was stale. The veil was borrowed. Your future arrived with cracked lips and hands that smelled like rope and wine. And no one ever asked if you were ready. Because readiness doesn't exist for girls like you, only obligation. You sleep beside a stranger who wears your name like a possession. You clean his boots, refill his cup, heat his bath, and when night falls, you are expected to part your knees like it's part of evening prayer. No one ever explains. They just assume you'll learn. Mainstream, fact medieval law across much of Europe treated marital consent as a one-time event. Once vows were spoken, a woman was legally required to submit to her husband in bed and in duty. Refusal wasn't just frowned upon, it could be grounds for punishment or annulment. Your husband Giles grunts when he sleeps. He doesn't speak kindly. He doesn't speak cruelly either. He just takes. Your body becomes a field to him, something to be plowed, not praised. The first time you cry quietly into the straw, he doesn't notice. You don't expect him to. You're not allowed to say no. Not in church, not at home, not even to your own skin. Quirky tidbit. In some regions, a marital debt was recorded an actual accounting of how often a wife fulfilled her physical duties. Priests used it during confession. Did you withhold? Was a legitimate spiritual question. Answering yes could earn penance. Historians still argue whether women internalized this lack of bodily autonomy or found small acts of resistance. Some claim women feigned illness to avoid the marriage bed. Others believe coded herbal knowledge was their only escape potions to induce sleep-calm desire or prevent conception. You try one such herb. Mugwort in broth. It tastes bitter. It doesn't work. You lie awake listening to the wind. You think about the goats, the loom, the sour bread. You think about the word wife and how small it feels in your mouth. There's a girl in the village Mila who was caught pushing her husband away in public. He struck her across the face. No one helped her. The priest later said she provoked him. The midwife whispered she should be grateful he's strong. Mila stopped smiling after that. You wonder what would happen if you said no, loudly, clearly. You imagine the silence that would follow, the shock, the rage, the shame. You don't test it, not yet. Instead, you go to the river to wash linens. You scrub until your fingers wrinkle and bleed. You dunk your arms deep and imagine the cold seeping all the way into your ribs, numbing everything. It doesn't work. Later, your husband thanks you for soup, not for anything else. You nod. You begin to count the days, like threads, thin, breakable, endless. At night, you repeat the only word you still believe in: wait. Wait for the next season. Wait for strength. Wait for something you can't name. Because right now, in this world, you can't say no. But maybe, just maybe, you'll learn how to whisper "not yet" into the spaces between his footsteps. You're 14, and your hands smell like wood ash and rosemary. You're folding a cloth that once belonged to your grandmother, a square of linen patched in 5 places, frayed at the corners, but still soft. It was hers, then your mother's, now yours. At least it was yours, until yesterday. Because now it's listed in your husband's ledger, along with the stool you carved as a child, your hairbrush, the goat you named Juniper, and your portion of barley seed. All of it his. Mainstream fact: under the legal doctrine of coverture, married medieval women had no separate property rights. Upon marriage, a woman's belongings, and even her future earnings, automatically became her husband's. She could not buy, sell, inherit, or bequeath without his approval. You didn't even know your name could disappear like that. Giles isn't cruel. He just shrugs when you ask about the goat. It's mine now, he says, like that settles it. And legally it does. You still feed her, still call her Juniper. But you do it quieter now, as if possession is tied to volume. One day, a messenger arrives with news of your great-aunt's passing. She owned a silver ring with a pearl in it, a sewing box with bone needles, and a patch of land with apple trees. You think maybe, just Maybe you'll receive something. But the messenger doesn't speak to you. He speaks to Giles. 3 days later, the box of your aunt's belongings arrives. The ring is missing. So is the deed. Giles says they must have been claimed by her brother. He doesn't mention that he is now speaking with the steward about managing the orchard. You don't ask again. Historians still argue whether women in the Middle Ages fully understood the legal implications of marriage or whether centuries of custom simply normalized their dispossession. Some sources hint at female resistance, hidden lockboxes, whispered loans between sisters' dowries buried beneath floorboards, a quirky tidbit. In a few coastal towns, women passed down wooden spoons carved with symbols that doubled as secret receipts. If a man died, these spoons could be shown to reclaim an item taken from her dowry, but only if no one had burned them first. You trace the edge of your apron and wonder how many items in your home once belonged to women who are no longer remembered. You try to reclaim something small, your spindle. You sand the wood smooth. You carve a tiny fish into its base. You don't tell Giles. That night, you spin late by candlelight. You hum a tune your mother taught you, the one about the hawk and the silent girl. It's the kind of song that isn't allowed in church, but lives in corners and kitchens. You think about hiding your best scarf under the floor. You think about slipping coins into a crack in the wall. You think about all the things that still feel like yours, even if no law agrees. Because maybe they can take your linen, your goats, your name, but they can't take your memory. They can't rewrite the stories you still carry. Not unless you stop telling them. So tonight, you whisper your grandmother's name before sleep. Not in prayer, in defiance. Because in this world, you can't own property. But no one said you couldn't remember who it truly belonged to. You're 15, and today you ask the most dangerous question of your life. Can I go alone? It's not far. Just 2 villages over. A cousin is giving birth, and your mother can't make the journey. You know the way. You've walked it before, with your father, with a cart, with a group. But this time, you want to go by yourself. Just once. The answer is no. Not because the road is unsafe. Not because you're ill. Not even because of the weather. Because you're a woman. And women do not travel alone. Mainstream fact. In medieval Europe, it was not illegal per se for women to travel solo, but it was culturally forbidden in most places. A woman on the road by herself was considered vulnerable, at best suspicious, at worst. Travel required a male escort, often regardless of age or destination. You plead your case. It's not dark. You'll wear the thick cloak. You'll walk quickly. You won't talk to anyone. Giles raises an eyebrow. What kind of wife asks to wander? You bite your tongue. In your head, you rehearse the path, left at the burnt tree, past the stream with white stones, over the hill where wild onions grow. 3 hours if your pace is strong. But that's not the point. They don't care about directions. They care about appearances. A lone woman on a road is like a word out of place. Everyone notices. Everyone wonders. And someone will eventually write a story about you that you didn't get to edit. A quirky tidbit. In some German towns, unmarried women needed official written permission called a Reisebrief just to travel to market towns. It wasn't a passport. It was proof you weren't fleeing scandalous or delicate. You stay home. You stew. You scrub the floors extra hard just to feel movement. Your cousin sends a letter back with another traveler. The baby is healthy. A girl. You feel pride, then guilt, then envy. You go to the edge of the village anyway, just for a breath, just far enough to see the fork in the road. You don't step past it, but you think about it. Hard. Historians still argue whether the travel restrictions were about protecting women or controlling them. Some say it was about safety in a lawless world. Others believe the limitations were about visibility. A woman who is seen moving without supervision might be seen thinking without permission. You imagine that freedom as a form of obscenity. There's an old woman in the village Breda. She's a widow. She walks alone, always with a cane and a slight scowl. People say she's odd, or brave, or dangerous. You watch her. You try to walk like her when no one's looking. At night, you lie in bed and dream of crossroads. One direction leads to your cousin, one to the forest, one to a city you've never seen. In the dream, you walk all three, barefoot, smiling. You wake with your feet tangled in the blanket, and the dream evaporates. Because in this world, you can't go alone, but you can still look at the path. And someday, you just might take one step further than they let you. You're 16, and there's a book in the manor house that no one wants you to touch. It sits on a high shelf bound in leather, with gold edges worn from the priest's hands. You sweep the room twice a week. You dust carefully around it. But today, your fingers linger just a moment too long. Don't. The steward's voice slices the air. That's not for girls. You pull your hand back like it touched fire. Mainstream fact literacy in medieval Europe was a male privilege. While some noble boys were taught Latin philosophy, and scripture girls, if they were educated at all, were trained in embroidery obedience and silent prayer. Reading was a threat. Writing was worse. Unless you were a nun. That's the exception. If you vowed yourself to God and gave up your family, your freedom, and sometimes your own name, then, and only then, you might be allowed to read. But not everything. Only what they gave you. In your world, knowledge has a gender, and it isn't yours. You ask your husband if you can learn your letters. He laughs. What for? You've got no one to write to. That night, you whisper the alphabet under your breath, like a spell you're not supposed to know. You only get to G before your daughter stirs in her sleep. You hush yourself. A quirky tidbit. Some women stitch the alphabet into their linens or mark their initials into pie crusts, small rebellions of ink or flour. One record even shows a peasant girl fined for carving verses into a church bench. The poem was about rain, but they called it arrogance. Historians still argue whether women's literacy was higher than records suggest. Some believe more women could read than write, especially using symbols or oral codes passed between generations. Others argue it was deliberately suppressed books, locked away pens, denied. You start keeping words in your head. Red, bread, dead, lead, head. They rhyme. They stack. They dance in patterns no one else sees. You make songs out of market prices, poems out of prayers. You memorize everything. Even the names of plants in Latin from the herb woman who once let her tongue slip. You never write anything down. But your mind is a scroll no one can burn. The priest visits the cottage one morning. He sees your daughter arranging pebbles in lines. Teaching her numbers already, he chuckles. You freeze. You smile. You say, "No, father." Just pretending she's feeding chickens. He nods unconcerned. And just like that, your daughter's tiny rebellion remains safe. Because in this world you can't read. Not unless you leave. Not unless you kneel. Not unless you vanish behind walls of stone and silence. But you do read. In your own way. in the cracked lines of your hands, in the spacing of stitches, in the way stories pass from mouth to mouth when the fire is low. And maybe no one will ever hand you a book, but that won't stop you from being a library. You're 17, and you saw it happen with your own eyes. A man cornered your neighbor's daughter near the well. He grabbed her wrist. She yanked it back. His face darkened. There were no other witnesses, except you. The girl told her father. The father went to the steward. The steward asked for proof. They asked if anyone saw. You stepped forward, and no one listened. Mainstream fact. In most medieval courts, a woman's testimony, especially if given alone, was legally weak or inadmissible. Unless supported by a male witness or confession from the accused, your words often amounted to nothing. You repeat what you saw. The angle of his hand, the fear on her face, the silence of the moment afterward. The steward frowns. Were you mistaken? No. Was it dark? No. Are you sure you didn't misunderstand? You feel your own voice unravel midair. The accused denies everything. He laughs. He jokes. He's the butcher's son. People like him. You're just the quiet girl with the stubborn eyes. Your mother grips your elbow on the way home. It wasn't your place, she says, gently, not cruelly. You want to scream, but you know where that leads. Quirky tidbit. In some courts, even in rape trials, women were asked whether they screamed loud enough to prove resistance. If no neighbors heard, or if the woman hesitated in speaking up, the case was often dismissed. Justice hinged not on truth, but on volume. Historians still argue whether these systems were intentionally stacked or simply blind to women's reality. Some say the church reinforced silence by preaching modesty above justice. Others believe the system relied on disbelief. It worked because women weren't expected to speak. That night, the girl at the well doesn't come to church. You leave a loaf of bread at her doorstep. No words, just warmth. A few days later, you see the man again. He nods to you like nothing happened. Your hands curl into fists inside your sleeves. You try to forget, but you can't. Because now you know the weight of truth spoken aloud and ignored. And you wonder not for the first time what would happen if every woman who had seen something stood side by side. If your voices weren't scattered, but synchronized. You can't raise yours too loud, but you start collecting other women's words, little phrases, glances, the way Brita flinched when the blacksmith passed, the way the midwife clutches her beads too tightly when men argue, the way your cousin whispers when she says the name Brother Edmund. You don't need ink, you just need memory. Because in this world, you can't speak in court, but you can testify in firelight, in kitchens, in lullabies. And someday, when someone finally does listen, you'll have everything ready. Names, dates, faces, proof, stitched in silence. You're 18, and you've started to lose track of the days. Not because you're lazy, not because you're ill, because your body has been hijacked by a calendar that isn't yours. You've missed your bleeding. Twice. You don't feel joy. You feel cornered. Your belly is soft but growing. Your chest aches. You crave bread even when you're full, and the smell of broth makes you dizzy. You know what this means. And you also know you didn't choose it. Mainstream fact. In the medieval world, most women had no access to reliable contraception. Pregnancy was expected, desired, even but always demanded. Whether you were 15 or 40, whether your last birth nearly killed you, whether your body whispered no, none of it mattered. Your womb is a vessel. And no one asks how you feel about being filled. You tell your husband, and he beams. He kisses your forehead, brings home extra oats. You nod. You say thank you. You don't say I wasn't ready. You don't say I'm scared. Because in this world, motherhood isn't a blessing. It's a milestone, an obligation, a checkpoint you must pass to prove you're a worthy wife. You visit the midwife. She nods, presses her hand to your stomach, and says the word you dread strong. You want to tell her you feel anything but a quirky tidbit. Some medieval women secretly chewed pennyroyal tansy or Savin leaves dangerous herbs with abortive properties. Recipes for these remedies were hidden in songs chants or passed between hands in folded cloth. If caught, women were charged not with desperation, but with murder. Historians still argue whether these kitchen herbs were widely used or just folklore. Some claim it was a quiet network of resistance. Others suggest women simply prayed their cycles back into rhythm. You begin to pray, not for safety, for time. Your back aches, your ankles swell. The child kicks sharp, sudden reel. And yet you still feel like a girl wearing someone else's future. At night, you speak to your belly, not lovingly, not angrily, just honestly. I don't know how to be your mother. Your husband says you'll figure it out. Women always do. You nod. Of course, because that's what's expected. You're given broth, a seat by the fire, a list of what not to do. No lifting, no stress, no thinking too hard. You want to scream. But instead, you memorize every root in the midwife's cabinet, every herb, every symptom, every silent rule. Because even though you can't refuse this path, you might still find a way to walk it on your own terms. Maybe not this time, maybe not next, but soon. Because in this world, you can't refuse pregnancy, but you can learn its language. And if you listen closely enough, even your own body might start whispering secrets back. You're 19, and you've just finished weaving a full bolt of wool cloth, 12 yards tightly spun, dyed a soft earthy red. You dyed it with madder roots, crushed for hours, your hands still stained. It's beautiful. You fold it carefully, set it on the table, and wait. Your husband enters. He doesn't look at it. He looks at the ledger. How much did it fetch, he asks. You tell him. He nods, jots something in his ink-streaked book, and moves on. You made it. He sold it. His name is on the account. Yours doesn't appear anywhere. Mainstream fact. In medieval Europe, women, especially in merchant or artisan households, often did a majority of the skilled labor: spinning, dyeing, weaving, baking, brewing. But legally, the business was listed under the husband's name. Only widows or nuns could officially manage trade. Even then, it was limited. You try not to care. But when you hear someone compliment Giles's wool, something inside your chest crumples like wet linen. You want to say, it was mine. You want to say, he didn't even know how to thread the shuttle. You say nothing. Quirky tidbit. In some towns, married women who ran businesses alone had to carry a permission token from their husbands to collect money at market. One widow in Florence ran a bakery under her dead husband's name for 10 years before they found out she'd written all the contracts herself. Historians still argue whether these women accepted the erasure or whether they quietly resented it. Some say the records are incomplete women's contributions written out not because they were invisible, but because scribes refused to see them. You think of that while wrapping wool in brown paper for market. You draw a small mark on the inside, fold a loop with 2 prongs. No one knows what it means but you. your private signature. You begin marking all your cloth this way, in corners, in seams, in knots. Tiny declarations that whisper, "I was here." One day, a merchant from 3 villages away returns. He asks to speak with the woman who spun this. You stand up. Giles intercepts. "She's just my wife." The merchant shrugs and leaves. You feel your ears burn. You want to grab the cloth and throw it in the fire. But instead, you sit. You breathe. You pick up your spindle and begin again. Not because you're defeated, because you're not done. Because you still believe in slow rebellion fiber by fiber. Tonight, you stitch another loop mark into a scarf. Then you teach your daughter how to do it. She giggles. You smile. Because in this world, you can't lead a business. But you can build a legacy quietly, expertly, beneath someone else's name. And if you do it well enough, long enough, someone will feel the fingerprints, even if they don't know who to thank. You're 20 now, and you're staring at your tunic in dismay. It's the 3rd time this year someone's told you your sleeves are inappropriate, not too short, too wide. Apparently, wide sleeves are for nobility. And you, dear girl, are a baker's wife with no land and no permission to look that graceful. You tug at the fabric. It's not even that dramatic. You made the sleeves wide because they were easier to sew, because your elbows kept catching in the tighter ones, because you liked how they moved when you spun around with your daughter. But none of that matters, because your body is a walking billboard and your clothes are the text. Mainstream fact. In the Middle Ages, sumptuary laws dictated what women could and could not wear, based on class, marital status, profession, and even religion. Materials, colors, trim widths, and accessories were regulated. A woman in silk without noble blood could be fined or worse. Your neighbor, Elena, was scolded in front of the parish for wearing blue ribbons on her shoes. Blue was for betrothed virgins. She's married with 3 children. The priest called her confusing. Confusing. That's the word they use when a woman has the audacity to appear more than she's allowed to be. You change the sleeves, not because you agree, because you need the village midwife to stop looking at you like a question mark. Quirky tidbit. In some towns, married women were forbidden to wear green on feast days because it was linked to fertility and unsettling joy. A 14th century clothing ordinance in Paris warned tailors not to sell lace inspired by foreign fashions to women of uncertain dignity. Historians still argue whether women navigated these laws by subtle subversion, wearing expensive linings hidden beneath coarse cloaks, or sewing coded symbols into hems. Some suggest that laundering, mending, and dyeing were acts of style resistance in themselves. You begin experimenting. You mix your own dyes. Madder for dull reds, woad for blue if you can get it, walnut hulls for brown, onion skins for golden orange, and you place the colors where no one can see them. Inside cuffs, beneath hems, in your daughter's undershift, hidden fire. You teach your daughter how to wrap her hair with a scarf folded just so. Not illegal, but defiant. One extra twist, one brighter thread. She doesn't know the rules yet. She thinks it's all a game. You envy her for that. You once overheard a nobleman say, "The more fabric a woman wears, the less fabric her thoughts are made of." You didn't understand it at first. Now you think it was an insult disguised as a compliment. You dream of wearing velvet, not for beauty, for spite. But tonight you wear your brown dress, the one with the discreet embroidery in the hem. No one notices, and yet you walk taller, because in this world you can't wear what you want. But you can thread defiance into every stitch, and someday someone will look closer. You're 21, and your prayers are getting quieter. Not because you've lost faith, but because faith in this village doesn't feel like yours anymore. You kneel on the cold stone floor every morning. You mouth the Latin words you barely understand. You light candles when told. You bow when told. You say amen on cue. But inside your chest, something whispers, who decided this was the only way? Mainstream fact medieval women were expected to follow the religion of their husband, household, or feudal lord. Spiritual independence was not a right, it was a risk. Diverging from church doctrine, asking theological questions, or even praying in solitude could be viewed as arrogance or heresy. You remember a day when prayer felt warm, when you and your mother sang softly during weaving, when you traced the shape of a bird into bread dough and called it a blessing. Now prayer feels like performance. The priest watches your posture more than your eyes. He corrects your tone. You once said God is like a river, and he told your husband you were reading too much poetry. You weren't. You were just thinking. That alone was enough. A quirky tidbit. In the 13th century, a woman in France was burned for teaching her daughter to pray in the vernacular. She had translated the Psalms into Occitan, a language the church said was too common for sacred words. Her daughter survived. She never spoke publicly again. Historians still argue whether religious nonconformity among women was widespread or isolated. Some suggest women cultivated quiet personal theologies, spiritual practices passed from grandmother to granddaughter. Others believe fear and surveillance crushed most deviation before it ever grew. You begin to notice things. The way certain herbs bloom under moonlight. The way old women carved tiny crosses into loaves, not the ones from church, but ones only passed hand to hand. You listen to stories of saints who bled from their palms, not from childbirth. You wonder if they were ever allowed to say no. You hear rumors of a woman in the hills who prays barefoot beneath trees and wears a necklace of acorns. They say she's mad, or holy, or both. You imagine walking there, barefoot, alone, not to convert, not to rebel, just to breathe. You bake bread with cloves this week, sweet, fragrant, unfamiliar. Your husband says it tastes unchristian. You smile and say nothing. You light your candle at dusk and whisper your own prayer. Let me think without fear. Let me ask without punishment. Let me wonder out loud. Because in this world, you can't choose your religion freely, but you can still let questions grow like wildflowers between the stones. And sometimes, if you close your eyes just right, the wind sounds like something older than the church. You're 22, and today you slam a pot down too loudly. That's it. That's the whole crime. You were angry just for a second. The stew boiled over, your daughter spilled the milk, and your husband had just asked for the 4th time why the bread wasn't rising. So the pot hit the table a bit harder than usual. Silence followed, then the look, the one that says, you'd better rein that in. Mainstream fact. In the medieval world, women were expected to embody gentleness, obedience, and stillness. Anger in men was passion. Anger in women was madness. A woman who raised her voice, especially in public, was considered immodest or unwell. You apologize. You say it was the heat, but you are angry, not just about the stew, not just about the bread, about everything. The 100 quiet humiliations, the endless monitoring of your tone, your pace, your posture, the way even feeling something strongly is a risk. You used to cry when you were angry. Now you just go cold. You press your lips shut. You grip the spoon harder. But even silence can be misread. A quirky tidbit. In some parts of medieval Europe, women accused of scolding or brawling could be punished with a device called the scold's bridle, a metal cage fitted around the head with a spiked plate inserted into the mouth to keep her from speaking. Yes, for being loud. Historians still argue whether such punishments were common or symbolic. Some say they were public theater warnings to other women. Others believe many such devices were used behind closed doors, unrecorded, unchallenged. You don't wear a bridle, but you do feel the bit in your mouth invisible and heavy. Today, at the market, you see a woman shouting at a vendor. He shorted her on grain. Her voice rises. People gather. She holds her ground. You admire her. Then you flinch for her. No one stops her, but they'll remember her name differently now. Tonight, you stir the stew slowly. You whisper every thought into the pot. This isn't fair. I'm not weak. I want more. Your daughter tugs at your skirt. She's angry because her doll is broken. She pouts, stomps. You almost hush her. Then you stop. You kneel. You look her in the eyes. You say, it's okay to feel it. Just don't let it hurt someone else. She blinks. She nods. Maybe she won't grow up afraid of her own fire. Maybe you can unlearn some of your own fear too. Because in this world you can't be angry in public, but you can still boil beneath the surface. And someday, when enough women simmer long enough, something's going to spill. You're 23, and you've started asking the wrong kinds of questions. Not out loud, never out loud. But inside, they're growing louder. Why do only men preach in church? Why can boys learn Latin, but not girls? Why are the stories of women always told by men? You asked once if you could borrow a scroll from the manor's scribe. He laughed, said, "What would you do with Aristotle cook him?" You smiled politely. You were boiling inside. Mainstream fact. Formal education in philosophy, theology, or natural science was almost exclusively reserved for men in medieval Europe. Universities barred women entirely. The rare exception, a cloistered nun in a wealthy convent, granted books in exchange for vows of silence and celibacy. You are neither cloistered nor silent. And so, philosophy becomes something you overhear. Theories half-whispered between your husband and the village steward. Ideas you glimpse from the margins of scribbled church notes you're not supposed to understand, but you do. Quirky tidbit one medieval woman, Christine de Pizan, defied expectations by writing The Book of the City of Ladies, a proto-feminist text defending women's intellect. But even she had to preface her work by declaring she wasn't challenging God's design, just misunderstandings in man's interpretations. Historians still argue whether women like her were anomalies or evidence of a deeper intellectual underground. Some believe entire networks of educated women existed disguised as embroidery circles or healing guilds. Others say it's wishful revisionism, that resistance was too fractured, too dangerous. You don't care what they argue. You feel it. You begin writing in the flour dust on the table. Simple ideas. Things you hear. Things you think. Then you wipe them away before anyone sees. But the act is enough. You ask your daughter, "Why do you think the moon follows us?" She says, "Because it wants to see what we're doing." You nod. That's philosophy. She laughs. Later you stitch a phrase into your apron's hem. A question? What if silence is a cage and not a virtue? No one sees it, but it's there. It gives you courage. At the well, an old woman murmurs, that you think too much. You smile. Maybe that's why I still survive. Because in this world, you can't teach or be taught philosophy, but you can still think. Thinking, when done quietly and constantly, is the most dangerous act of all. You're 24, and your friend Marta hasn't been seen in 3 days. You know what that means. She was unhappy. Her husband drank. Loudly. Violently. The bruises were visible. The midwife once asked if she'd fallen from a cart. Marta didn't answer. She just looked down at her hands. And now she's gone. You ask around. Carefully. The baker shrugs. The priest frowns. The steward says, "These things are private matters." Private. That word again. Mainstream fact. In most parts of medieval Europe, marriage was considered indissoluble. Divorce was virtually impossible for women. A man might separate from his wife under special circumstances, usually if she was barren, unfaithful, or accused of sorcery. But for a woman, the options were few, bleak, and dangerous. You sit by the fire that night, turning your wedding ring between your fingers. You remember your own fear. The night Giles shouted and threw the cup against the wall. He never hit you. But you saw the choice flicker behind his eyes. That was enough. You told no one. What could you say? He didn't touch me, but he could have. That isn't proof. That's just a woman being emotional, quirky tidbit. In rare cases, women escaped abusive marriages by joining convents claiming divine calling. Some faked visions, others feigned illness. A few were caught and dragged back to their husbands under threat of excommunication. Historians still argue whether these acts were early forms of resistance or spiritual desperation. Some claim convents were sanctuaries. Others argue they were simply another cage quieter but still locked. You write Marta's name on the underside of your spindle. You don't know where she went. But you hope, dear God, you hope she got far enough that no one can bring her back. Your daughter asks what happened to her. You say, she went away to find peace. Your daughter nods solemnly. You imagine what it would be like to pack a bag and walk away, not to flee, but to choose. To leave on your own terms, not in fear, not in pieces. But you stay, because you still have something to protect, and because you're learning that endurance too can be a form of rebellion. Because in this world, you can't leave a bad marriage, but you can tell the truth about it. And when enough women do, the silence starts to split. You're 25, and today someone asked why you never remarried after your husband died last spring. They weren't asking kindly. It was phrased like a compliment. Still young, still pretty. Odd, isn't it? You smiled, thanked them, and tightened the shawl over your shoulders. But inside, the old fear stirred. Because there's no such thing as a safe single woman, not here. Mainstream fact. In medieval Europe, unmarried women, especially widows or spinsters, were often targets of suspicion, ridicule, and outright accusation. To live without a man's oversight was to risk becoming visible. Invisibility meant danger. You've kept to yourself, paid your taxes, baked your bread, helped the midwife, said your prayers, and still the whispers creep in. She has no protector. She walks alone too often. She speaks her mind. You hear someone call you a witch this morning, quietly, behind your back. But the word is sharp, sticky, like a burr caught in wool. It clings. Quirky tidbit. Some medieval towns kept actual spinster rolls, lists of women unmarried beyond a certain age. Not as census data, but as cautionary watch lists. Being childless and over 30 was grounds for interrogation in many parishes, especially if paired with herbal knowledge or emotional independence. Historians still argue whether the witch hunts of the late Middle Ages were politically motivated or rooted in misogyny. Some say they were about land consolidation or church fear of women-led healing networks. Others believe it was far simpler, a society deeply afraid of women who could not be controlled. You light your fire slowly tonight. You listen for footsteps that don't come. A man you don't know tipped his hat to you earlier, said widows ripe for courting. You didn't answer. You don't want a new husband. You want your time. You want space to think, to teach your daughter how to mend clothes and how to ask questions, to plant what you want and read what you find and hum when the work is done. And yet there is no real protection for that. Just shadows, just silence, just holding your breath when you hear a knock at night. But you answer it anyway, because in this world, you can't be single without fear, but you can choose not to marry your fear. And that choice, quiet as it is, echoes louder than any vow ever spoken. You're 26, and today you whispered something too tender to say aloud. You were spinning flax by the window, your daughter humming beside you, when the thought came quietly like a breeze through the shutters. What if you wanted more? Not gold, not titles, just more life, more pages to read, more words to write, more mornings without fear, more nights where the silence didn't feel like erasure. But you've learned better than to say it out loud. Mainstream fact. In the medieval world, women were expected to desire only what was given to them: security, obedience, motherhood. Ambition wasn't just discouraged, it was condemned. A dreaming woman was a dangerous one. She might forget her place. You tuck the thought away. Fold it like a letter you're not allowed to send. Your daughter asks you, "Mama, do you think I can learn to draw maps?" You look at her. You remember the road you were never allowed to walk alone, the book you weren't allowed to open, the prayer you had to silence, the dream you kept folded between stitches. You say yes. You can learn anything. She beams. You don't cry. You just thread the spindle. Quirky tidbit. In some villages, women left hidden inscriptions in stone thresholds, small markings only visible if you crouched and knew where to look. They weren't spells. They were names, wishes, questions, proof that they'd been there, that they'd hoped. Historians still argue whether these were warnings or blessings. You believe they were both. Tonight you hum to yourself while kneading bread. You let your voice rise a little. No one scolds you. You sing louder. Your daughter joins in. Her pitch is high and sweet and unafraid. You tell her stories, not of kings and knights, but of women who stitched messages into seams, who planted herbs with secrets in their roots, who bent under the weight of silence but never broke. And in the candlelight, you dare to speak the dream again. What if we could want more and have it too? Because in this world, you can't dream out loud, but you can still dream with your hands, with your songs, with your daughter's questions. And maybe that's how everything begins to change. The fire burns low now, casting long shadows against the floorboards. Your daughter sleeps curled beneath the same patchwork quilt your mother once stitched with trembling fingers. The village is quiet. Even the chickens seem to exhale. And you, still seated by the window, listen to the hush as if it were music. The loom stands still. The herbs rest. The books remain closed for now. But inside you the dreaming continues. Not in great rebellions, not in thunderous declarations, but in the way your fingers remember each name you weren't supposed to say aloud. You are tired, but it's the soft kind of tired that comes after honesty. There's power in what you couldn't do, but there's even more in what you still did despite it. They told you not to speak, but you passed stories through thread. They told you not to read, but you memorized the world. They told you not to question, but you planted curiosity like seeds. So sleep now. Let the night hold you without judgment. Let the shadows soften. Let the old fears dissolve into the dark. You were never truly powerless. You were preparing. And now the dream you weren't allowed to say is being whispered from mother to daughter, from stitch to stone, from silence to song. You've done enough for today. You are enough. Rest. We're heading back to a time when simply knowing things, like how to treat a fever, recognize a healing route, or tell if a wound was festering, could make you very, very unpopular. Imagine it. You're hunched over your little garden in the late afternoon light, hands caked with dirt, whispering Latin plant names under your breath. You're not trying to curse anyone. You're just curious. And that apparently is your first mistake. You've always been good with herbs. Your mother taught you how to make a compress for swelling and how to boil willow bark tea for headaches. You're not a midwife or a priestess, just a peasant girl with a knack for remembering which leaves do what. But lately, people have started looking at you funny. The village priest mutters when you pass. A neighbor swears you caused her cow to miscarry just by glancing at it. It's subtle at first. A turned shoulder, a cold loaf from the baker, a door closed softly in your face. Then one afternoon, someone leaves a dead bird outside your cottage. Feathers soaked in rain, one eye staring up. Just a warning. For now. The odd thing is, this used to be a celebrated role. In earlier centuries, village healers, often women, were respected. But things have shifted. The church has tightened its grip on who gets to interpret illness. Natural causes are no longer natural. They're divine punishment. And who are you to interfere? You try to lie low. Maybe stop carrying your satchel of dried herbs. Maybe keep your mouth shut when someone mentions their back pain. But one evening, a child in the village collapses, burning up. The healer's away. The mother begs you. And against your better judgment, you mix something just like your mother showed you. The child recovers, which paradoxically is when the real trouble starts. People whisper again, but now it's not quiet admiration. It's questions. If you healed that boy, what else can you do? And where did you learn it? Why do you know these things when no man taught you? Historians still argue whether these suspicions came more from the church, the local lords, or just jealous neighbors. But one thing's clear: knowledge, when wielded by a woman outside the system, was considered power, and that made you dangerous. The worst part: no one has to accuse you outright. All it takes is a quiet rumor. Maybe someone saw you picking foxglove in the woods. Maybe they heard you muttering, never mind that you were humming a lullaby. Maybe the priest gives a sermon about the unnatural ways of women, and just like that, your fate is sealed. You remember your mother once told you about a woman from the next village over, knew how to set bones and cure stomach worms. They burned her barn down, claimed it was lightning. The woman disappeared. You used to think that was just a story. Now you're not so sure. It starts with a birth. You're called in late one evening, a candlelit panic at the edge of the village. The midwife's away again, and the laboring woman is in distress, her screams slicing through the fog like bells. You rush in, hands trembling, only slightly, and do what you've seen done a dozen times before. You boil the cloth, whisper reassurances, press gently but firmly. When the baby finally comes slick and squalling, the relief is enormous. The mother weeps. Her husband weeps. You feel like you've been dropped back into your own body after floating outside of it for hours. But in the corner stands the village blacksmith, arms folded, watching with that look you know too well, something between confusion and suspicion. You were too calm, too sure of yourself. You knew what to do better than anyone else in the room. That makes people uneasy. And then, of course, you make your mistake. A harmless correction, really. You explain why the mother was hemorrhaging, what herbs to avoid for the next month, how to reduce swelling with cool cloths. The blacksmith scoffs and says the bleeding was because of sin, and you, sleep-deprived and frustrated, correct him. It's small, almost forgettable, but it's enough. You're no longer just the girl who helps. You're the one who knows things, and worse, the one who says things. The whispering resumes with renewed vigor. Women like you, midwives especially, have long walked a strange line. Necessary, but suspect. Celebrated when a baby is born. Healthy, blamed when it isn't. You've learned that survival depends on pretending your knowledge comes from the saints or from dreams. Never from books' observation or, God forbid, reason. There's an old superstition, still making the rounds, that a midwife who talks too much is inviting the devil into the birthing room. That if a woman speaks while the baby is crowning it, curses the child's lungs. It sounds absurd, but you've seen mothers glance sideways when you give instructions. Some still clutch their rosaries as they bleed. Historians still argue whether these fears were always this intense, or whether waves of plague and war made society cling harder to control, especially over women. One thing is certain: women's bodies may be mysterious, but women's minds are apparently more threatening. You try to be less helpful. You speak in shorter sentences. You nod and agree when men talk nonsense. But when a merchant's wife loses her baby and screams your name in the marketplace, blames you for knowing too much, you realize it's too late. Your knowledge has become a liability. And yet, what's the alternative? To pretend you don't know why certain herbs cause contractions, to let women suffer just to keep other people's egos intact. It's maddening. Like watching someone drown while holding a rope you're not allowed to throw. So you go back to your little cottage, light a candle, and reread your old notes. Tucked behind the woodpile, you've hidden scraps of parchment, things you've copied from travelers or scavenged from burned books. You're not even sure why you keep them. No one will thank you. No one will protect you. And you certainly can't share them. But even in silence, the knowledge hums in your bones like a second heartbeat. And that's the problem, isn't it? Not the parchment or the herbs, but the quiet confidence behind your eyes. The certainty that what you know is real and useful and true. They don't burn that kind of knowledge out. They drown it, bury it, shame it, but it always grows back. Like wild thyme between the stones, you were never supposed to know Latin. That's the first thing the priest reminds you when you're caught tracing letters in the dirt behind the chapel. You'd been copying the beginning of a psalm, something you overheard, then saw inked faintly on a broken tablet left behind by a traveling monk. He doesn't shout, doesn't even scold, just lifts one brow and says, "That's not a language for women." And then he walks away, leaving you with the sick, stinging shame that you didn't know this was forbidden, that just understanding a few lines of Latin could place you under suspicion. In truth, the church was uneasy with literacy in general when it came to women. The exception, noble women in cloisters, nuns, safely tucked away, copying scripture, in silence, under male supervision. But a peasant girl, barely a whisper above the mud, daring to trace holy words. It doesn't sit well. Later that week, the priest brings up Eve. Of course he does. He draws the connection between female curiosity and sin, as if it's woven into your very body. You're not even sure he knows he's talking about you specifically, but the message is clear. Your friend Agnes doesn't get it. It's just words she says as you explain why you burned your parchment. But you know better. Words become ideas. Ideas become questions. And questions, especially when asked by women, are like sparks in a thatched roof world. There's a woman you once heard about from another village. Elderly, sharp-eyed, with a Latin prayer carved into her walking stick. They called her Witch of the Psalms. Some say she'd been a nun. Others claimed she could read minds. You don't know what's true. Just that she disappeared one spring, and no one asked why. Historians still argue whether medieval women were truly discouraged from reading, or if it was more about what they read. Religious texts were one thing. Medical knowledge, poetry, philosophy, another entirely. You remember finding an old herbal with notes in two hands, one small and careful the other, dark and forceful. It made you wonder who was the woman who annotated the margins. Who was the man trying to correct her? Sometimes you dream about those women, scribes behind cloistered walls, midwives with secret scrolls tucked in their belts, wives scribbling in flour dust when no one's watching. They haunt your thoughts, not with fear, but with kinship. But back in your own village, the rules tighten like laces. A neighbor tells you kindly, be careful what you say near the priest. Another suggests you stop humming Latin phrases as you walk to market. Even if you don't mean anything by it, she says others might. It's exhausting constantly shaping your words to fit what's acceptable. You shrink your voice dull. Your eyes pretend you don't recognize the route someone misnames in the square. But then one evening, a little girl barefoot and curious asks you what veritas means. She saw it scratched onto an old stone outside the church. You glance around, and you tell her, it means truth. Just one word, quietly said, but enough. And as she runs off to whisper it to her brother, you wonder, will she carry it like a blessing, or will it become a burden as it has for you? The stars have always called to you, not in the way that makes you howl or claim omens, but quietly, patiently. You lie on your back in the tall grass, fingers folded beneath your head, and let the sky wash over you. Orion, the Pleiades, Venus glinting low over the hills like a silver coin. You start to recognize the patterns, not just for beauty, but for what they mean. When to plant onions, when the frost will bite, when lambs are likely to be born. And because you can't help yourself, you start to name them, not just the old names, but ones you make up. The weeping hen, the dancer's comb, a line of stars that looks suspiciously like a jug of ale tipped sideways. It should be harmless. But then a traveling friar stops in town. He notices you pointing out constellations to a boy who struggles to sleep. Only God reads the heavens, he says. You should not pretend to understand what he writes there. You nod apologetic, but inside you burn. The night sky feels like a friend, not a secret. And it's not like you're predicting plagues or foretelling kings. You're just observing, watching the sky shift as the seasons do. But apparently, the church sees a thin, flickering line between astronomy and something darker. Historians still argue over where that line was drawn. In university, town's male scholars debated planetary motion. But when a woman read the stars, it was suddenly suspect astrology heresy, or worse. It doesn't help that there are ancient whispers in your region about sky women, wise ones, who mapped moon cycles to childbirth, who carved lunar calendars into bones. No one talks about them openly. But the old woman who sells you eggs gives you a knowing look when you mention how bright Jupiter has been lately. One day, a boy in the village comes down with a fever. You overhear his mother blaming it on the blood moon, and without thinking, you explain that the moon has no effect on sickness. You even mention how moonlight is just reflected sunlight filtered through the Earth's shadow. Too much. Too fast. She stares at you like you've grown another head. How do you know that, she asks? You smile nervously. I just read it once. A lie, technically. You pieced it together from things you've heard. But that's not the part she's interested in. The part that matters is you know something you shouldn't. Later that week, you find your little telescope, a crude brass tube borrowed and barely functioning, smashed behind your house. The lens cracked, the casing bent. There's no note, no confession, just silence, and that soft throb of warning in your gut. Still, you find yourself staring upward anyway. You trace the constellations from memory now, whispering their names like prayers. The sky hasn't turned on you. Just the people who want it to stay unexplained. And late one night, as clouds drift like pale smoke across the moon, you imagine a world where women are invited to study the stars, where curiosity is a gift, not a threat, where your questions don't make you dangerous. The laundry courtyard is where the real stories live. Out in the open, under fluttering linens and the slosh of wooden tubs, women talk. Their voices rise and fall with the splash of soapy water. You hear everything here: marriage woes, pregnancy, secrets, bad dreams, folk cures whose goat escaped again. It's not gossip, not exactly. It's how knowledge moves when it isn't allowed to move elsewhere. You listen more than you speak at first, just observing, nodding when someone mentions a sore back or a colicky baby. But one day, as you're wringing out a tunic, a younger girl, barely 12, whispers that she hasn't bled in months and doesn't know if that's normal. Her mother won't talk about it. The priest says nothing except pray harder. So you tell her, quietly, gently, about bodies and cycles and what herbs to take to ease the cramping when it does come. You pass her a tiny pouch of dried mugwort, nothing harmful, just something to soothe. The next day, 2 more girls ask you questions, then 4. And before long, you're the one they glance at when something odd happens, when a sister's fever won't break, or when the baker's wife stops eating for days. You never claim to know everything, but you know more than most, which is the problem. Soon a woman stops hanging her sheets beside yours. Another moves her basin to the far wall. The chatter quiets whenever you approach. You catch a whispered phrase, "She knows things." It isn't admiration, it's a warning. Historians still argue whether this kind of peer suspicion was fueled by fear of the church or simple survival instinct. In a world where being connected to a suspected healer or wise woman could bring you under scrutiny, it made sense to distance yourself. One morning, you return to find your herb pouch torn open, its contents trampled in the dirt. Lavender yarrow, a pinch of rue, all ground to nothing. The girl you gave them to is crying nearby. Her mother won't let her talk to you anymore. It hurts. More than you expect. Not just the rejection, but the way knowledge has become a kind of poison. Something too potent to be handled by the wrong hands or mouths. You start carrying your herbs in secret again, tucked into the hem of your dress, sewn into a fold only you know how to reach. When someone asks you a question, you pretend not to hear. When they press, you shrug and say, "I'm no healer." But late at night, you dream of a courtyard where women talk freely, where no one flinches at the mention of feverwort or pennyroyal, where the knowledge passed down through generations is honored, not feared, where healing isn't a crime. And as the firelight flickers on your ceiling and the wind presses against the shutters like breath, you think maybe you'll find that place someday. Or maybe you'll have to build it yourself. It's not your voice that draws the most suspicion, it's your silences. You've learned over time to say less, to let others speak their nonsense without correcting them, to smile and nod even when someone insists nettle tea causes blindness, or that sneezing 3 times in a row means the devil's near. But your eyes still betray you. That flicker when you know the truth and have to swallow it down. And the ones in power, especially those behind pulpits, notice. The local priest has started pausing when he sees you at Mass, not in greeting, in calculation. You never kneel too long. You don't cross yourself with enough zeal. You look at the crucifix, not up in awe, but sideways in thought. That perhaps is your most unforgivable sin thinking. It's subtle at first. A colder loaf from the baker. Your name missing from the guest list at a feast you've always helped with. Then the priest begins working your name into sermons, not directly, of course, just enough to sting. He speaks of women who meddle, who trust their minds more than their faith, who claim to heal but poison with pride. And the people begin to nod. It doesn't help that you still visit the woods, that you still know how to draw out a fever or treat a rash no one else understands. You try to stop. You do. But the urge to help is like a cough you can't suppress. The turning point comes when a child recovers after you bring a salve to their doorstep. A good deed, you think, but someone must have seen. The next morning, a basket of onions appears at your door, cut open and rotting with something scratched into the side in clumsy script silence. You feel your breath catch. It's not just cruelty, it's fear. Not yours, theirs. Historians still argue whether the church truly feared female knowledge, or if it simply feared unauthorized knowledge, ideas not passed through male hands first. But from where you sit, soaked in the stench of spoiled onions, the distinction feels academic. You remember your mother's warning. Don't let them see, you know. You used to think she was being paranoid. Now you realize she was teaching you how to survive. Even your dreams shift. You no longer dream of sky charts and herbal scrolls. You dream of fires, of ink spilled across parchment smeared by tears, of hands gripping yours too tightly as you're asked calmly, sweetly, "What else do you know?" And always, always, the eyes. Watching, measuring. You try not to speak in public anymore. Your voice has become a trap, and every syllable feels like a step onto thin ice. But in private, you still talk to the moon. You murmur your old learnings as you crush leaves with a mortar, as you patch the hem of your dress, as you braid your hair before sleep. The knowledge won't leave you, and that more than anything is what terrifies them. Because you've stopped needing their permission to know what you know. You never asked for a trial. You never stood in the center of the square with your hands raised declaring innocence or guilt. But still, Here you are on a kind of trial all the same. The kind that doesn't require a courtroom, just whispers. Just one wrong glance. One muttered word. One herbal salve that works a little too well. The baker's wife is the first to suggest it, half joking over a splintered bench. Maybe we should test her in water. See if she floats. The others laugh, but not with humor. The sound is too brittle, too sharp around the edges. You've heard of these trials. Trial by water, a woman tied and dropped into a lake. If she sinks, she's innocent. If she floats, she's a witch. Logical, isn't it? You imagine it now. Cold water tightening around your chest, ropes biting at your wrists. You wonder which would be worse, proving their fears or drowning while trying not to. Then there's trial by fire. Less common, but more dramatic. Holding a red-hot iron, walking a set distance. If your burns heal quickly, you're pure. You laugh soft bitter. If you whisper to yourself, always, and if never, a certainty. Historians still argue how often these trials actually occurred versus how much they haunted the popular imagination. But whether done in courts or just in minds, they worked because fear policed you better than any actual verdict. But your trial, it turns out, is quieter. One day, a woman you once helped with childbirth refuses to meet your eyes. Another pretends not to hear you at market. A child you've given honeyed water to recoils when you pass. You're being tested not with water or fire, but with isolation. And it burns just the same. Then the gossip deepens. They say you sleep alone in the woods, you don't. That you talk to cats at night, you do, but they're just cats. That your garden grows too well. That your skin doesn't wrinkle fast enough. That you ask too many questions. And this last charge, this sin of curiosity, somehow lands harder than all the others. You try to remember when knowledge became the enemy, when the line was crossed between being useful and being dangerous. You recall something your grandmother said once when you asked too many questions about the stars. They fear what they can't control, darling. And a woman who knows things, she's like smoke, no one can catch her. Maybe that's the heart of it. You've become smoke, uncatchable, unbiddable, uncomfortable, and yet still here. At night, you boil water and pour it over dried flowers. You read the patterns in your tea leaves, not for prophecy, but for comfort. The swirls look like forests, like river paths, like futures not yet burned. And as the fire crackles, you think let them test you however they like. You already passed the only trial that matters. You stayed you. You never thought a ledger would be your undoing. It's just a book, really. Bound in cracked leather pages stiff with age and ash. You found it buried in a chest beneath a stack of candle stubs and worn-out shoes. The ink is faded, but the numbers are clear. Columns date simple calculations. Nothing magical, nothing wicked, just knowledge. You started keeping your own version, quietly. A few lines scratched each evening with a blunt quill. How many eggs you traded. What the baker owed you for herbs. How much vinegar to dilute with water for cleaning wounds. It gave you a sense of order, of rhythm. The world felt unpredictable, but your records, they made sense. Until someone saw you writing. It was the miller's son. He didn't say anything at the time, just squinted, then ran off. But days later, the whispers start. She's keeping men's records. She's writing spells in code. She counts the dead like a grave digger. You laugh the first time you hear it. Spells. From a list of turnips and cheese. But the fear rises anyway, tight and metallic in your chest. Because you do understand what this looks like to those who fear a clever woman more than a thief. You've read about widows accused of witchcraft simply for managing estates too well. Women who knew how to measure grain, negotiate prices, hire help skills men claimed as their own. Some vanished. Some were fined, exiled. Some didn't get the chance to leave. Historians still argue whether this fear was economic or spiritual, whether men were protecting their purses or their souls. But either way, your little ledger now glows with danger. You try hiding it, but you're already too late. The fear has already leapt from page to mouth to pulpit. And when the priest delivers a homily about women who write outside of Scripture, you know it's you. Soon after, the village reeve visits. He's polite, gentle even, asks what you're writing. You show him just numbers, see no symbols, no codes. Just a few lines to keep your life in order. He smiles thinly and says, "Order can be dangerous." You almost laugh again, because really what's more absurd than being threatened for tracking your debts? But you don't laugh. You nod. You close the book. You murmur something about being foolish and say it won't happen again. But that night you copy the whole thing again, just smaller, tighter, hidden inside the false bottom of a jar. You write because you need to. Because forgetting would be worse. Because this too is a kind of truth. You think of the women before you, the ones who kept ink pots under floorboards and scratched calculations onto slates washed clean each night. You wonder how many records have been lost simply because women weren't allowed to keep them. And as you sit by candlelight pen clutched like a lifeline, you know they can burn the paper, but they can't burn what's etched into your mind. You carry your knowledge like a flame cupped in your palms, and even when the wind howls, you do not let it go out. Words have weight. You don't realize how much until yours start tipping scales you never meant to disturb. It begins with a simple comment, harmless you think. A merchant is bragging in the tavern about the strength of his oxen. You mention quietly that feeding them soaked grain might help with the bloating he's been complaining about. He stiffens. You were just trying to help. But his face flushes not with gratitude, but with something colder. A man doesn't like to be corrected by a woman, especially not in public, especially not with other men watching. You try to laugh it off, say it was something your uncle once told you. A lie to soften the blow. But it doesn't land. That night, you hear your name hissed like smoke through the market square. She thinks she's clever. She talks like a priest. She uses words too big for her place. And there it is, your place, that invisible line unspoken, but ever present. You always thought speaking clearly was a strength, that using your mind was part of being human. But now you start to notice the longer your sentences, the more nervous the men around you get. It's not just what you say, it's how you say it. Calmly, precisely, without blinking. One evening, a boy no older than 12 asks you what philosophy means. You try to explain. He listens wide-eyed, then runs off to tell his father. Big mistake. The next day, the priest makes a passing comment about women with forked tongues who try to corrupt the innocent with lies dressed up as wisdom. The boy won't look at you anymore. Historians still argue whether medieval women were truly banned from intellectual speech, or whether the issue was tone, whether it was the mere act of sounding sure that crossed the line. Either way, you've crossed it. You begin to speak more slowly. Choose smaller words. Let others finish your thoughts, even when they're wrong. It's agonizing. You long for the freedom to be exact, to name things as they are, to explain why nightshade kills or why fever follows swelling, to describe the arc of the moon without being accused of worshiping it. Sometimes, in the quiet of your home, you rehearse arguments you'll never have. You correct the merchant. You outwit the reeve. You answer the priest's fire and brimstone with cold logic and patient grace. You always win. In real life, you nod and bite your tongue. One day, a traveling friar offers a sermon in the square. He speaks with flair, quoting Latin and drawing gasps. And when he pauses, looking for a passage, the words rise to your tongue before you can stop them. You supply the missing verse. Everyone turns. Even the friar stares. You smile weakly, trying to pretend it was an accident. But the damage is done. You've revealed that you can quote scripture, that you understand its rhythms, that you've read more than you're meant to. Later, as you walk home, you wonder how many other women have done the same, silently mouthing verses in private, teaching themselves the cadence of forbidden knowledge. And you wonder how many paid for that sharpness in coin heavier than silver. Still, you keep speaking in private, with those who'll listen, with yourself even. Because a dulled tongue is no peace, it's just another prison. You've learned to hide in plain sight, not your body, your thoughts, your questions, your knowledge. And when that's not enough, you learn to wear masks. Not literal ones, though, that wouldn't be the strangest fashion of the time. No, your disguise is more subtle. You become someone else entirely. The scholar behind the curtain. It begins with your cousin, who can read and write, but only barely. He struggles with grammar fumbles, through documents gets flustered when asked for numbers. He jokes that he wishes he had a little ghost in the ink to do it for him. You volunteer. And so begins your new role, writing letters, drafting lists, translating little scraps of foreign tongue, all under his name. He supplies the handwriting, you supply the thoughts. And it works for a time. Your cousin is praised for his sudden eloquence. Your Latin has improved, says the steward. You phrase things so delicately now, beams a nobleman. You're right there, standing behind him, holding the ink-stained cloth. And yet no one sees you. You should be angry. But it's oddly comforting, this quiet channel for your voice. It slips through cracks, curls into ears that would never listen to you. Your thoughts ride the shoulders of men while you remain invisible. Historians still debate how many women contributed anonymously to male-authored texts during this period. Letters, medical treatises, psalms, copied with tiny corrections in the margins. It's a pattern you see in your own life. Now women doing the work, men holding the quill. You meet a scribe once briefly. He's old, almost blind. You fix his tea, and he mistakes you for a housemaid. But when he drops a Latin phrase, you correct him softly. He blinks. You read. You hesitate. Then nod. He says nothing more, but from that day on, when he visits, he leaves scrolls near your window. Old fragments, misquotes, practice pieces. No words exchanged, but you both know what's happening. In time, you create your own document, a strange little book of compiled thoughts. You translate folk songs into Latin, sketch the medicinal uses of herbs next to prayers, add notes beside parables where the logic falters. It's a book no one else will ever read. Or so you think. One day, your cousin falls ill. Nothing serious, but he's bedridden. You offer to deliver a message in his place. The steward, expecting a rough scrawl, reads the letter written in your neat hand and looks up, puzzled. You, he asks. You don't lie. You don't confess. You just shrug. And suddenly, it becomes very clear Your little game of shadows is over. The next week, your cousin stops asking for help. The steward avoids your eyes. And someone slides a folded note under your door. No words, just a symbol, a cross, inked upside down. You know what it means. Historians still argue whether women writing under male names was subversive or survival. You think maybe it was both, because for a while you got to speak. And even if no one clapped or thanked you, even if your voice rode the wind, with someone else's name stitched on it, you still mattered. You still wrote. And the pages are still hidden, tucked between roof beams waiting. You start hearing stories, not from priests or scribes, but from traders, travelers, the odd tinker who passes through and sits long enough to share. They speak of women in forests, old ones usually, or young ones gone strange, who live in hollowed-out trees, or moss-covered huts. Women with ink-stained fingers and books made from stitched-together rags. Women who teach, but only in whispers. At first you think it's just folklore, another way to paint fear on a feminine form. The forest crone is nothing new. She's been blamed for failed crops and broken marriages since time began. But then you start to notice something. Patterns, consistent details. A phrase, the woman with the bone quill. A symbol, a circle with 3 dots. A place, the silver birch grove past the 4th river bend. One afternoon, a girl you've never seen before appears at your doorstep. Pale, out of breath, looking over her shoulder like she's being followed. She says nothing at first, just holds out her hand, smudged with ash, her thumb marked with ink. You nod. You don't ask her name. She doesn't ask yours. But that night you walk together to the edge of the woods, and she leaves behind a bundled damp cloth, wrapped around worn parchment, the writing almost gone. It's a prayer, but not one you've seen before. A woman's name is signed at the bottom. The script is uneven, urgent. It ends with, "Keep this safe." They're burning everything. Historians still argue whether secret communities of learned women existed during the Middle Ages, or whether these tales are just a blend of fear and longing. But here you are, holding a real scrap of something forbidden and fragile and impossibly brave. The next few days, you begin to listen more closely to the forest, not with your ears, but your memory. A story you overheard about a woman who kept crushed charcoal in her skirts to sketch maps on tree bark. A tale of 3 sisters who passed a single book between them every new moon. You wonder how much is truth. How much is cautionary tale? But even if half of it is shadowed fantasy, the other half is real enough to change you. You start carving a small symbol beneath your windowsill, the circle with 3 dots. Not large, not obvious. But if someone knows what to look for, they'll find it. And if they do, they'll know they're not alone. You begin to teach again quietly, not in public, never allowed, but with your hands, your eyes, your gestures. You wrap dried mint with coated thread. You mark scrolls with dots only certain people will understand. The girl returns, once leaves a pinch of powdered bark in your palm. You whisper what to do with it. She doesn't say thank you. She just knows. And suddenly, that forest crone they warned you about, she doesn't seem so frightening anymore. She seems like a memory waiting to be restored. Like a teacher whose class never stopped, just went underground. You see it happen to someone else. It's strange, really, how much worse it feels. You've grown used to the quiet suspicion aimed at you, the sideways glances, the cold loaves and cooler shoulders. But watching another woman fall under that same suffocating weight that cracks something open. Her name is Mira, a widow with 2 children and a laugh so big it could fill the square. She doesn't hide her knowledge like you do. She speaks, plainly calls things what they are, never pretends not to understand. And maybe that's what seals it. It starts when a baby in town falls ill. Mira offers a mixture chamomile honey and mashed cloves to soothe the child's belly. The baby recovers. Too quickly, apparently. People whisper. They don't thank her. They mutter. She must have done something unnatural. You try to speak on her behalf. Quietly. Cautiously. But it's no use. The rumors have taken root. Then comes the priest's sermon, gentle in tone, sharp in purpose. He speaks of women who interfere with God's will of healing outside the sacraments of pride disguised as care. Everyone knows who he means. Historians still argue how much the witchcraft panic was rooted in superstition versus politics. Some say it was economic widows, like Mira, had property autonomy independence. Others say it was moral, a desire to maintain a very specific, very male-centered order. You sit on your hands. You keep your mouth closed, because you've seen what happens when you don't. And then they come for her. Not with torches or pitchforks, this isn't that kind of story. They come with silence. No one buys her bread. No one answers when she knocks. One morning her door is marked with a smear of red clay. And just like that, she's out. Her children vanish with her. You don't ask where they've gone, because you already know. Later, when you check the tree hollow near the forest's edge, the one only a few people know about, you find a bundle, a pouch of dried wormwood, a tiny carved moon, and a scrap of parchment that says, "Only keep going." It's her handwriting. She didn't ask for help, didn't leave a farewell, just that message. You hold it in your palm for a long time, as if the weight of it might anchor you, as if this single act of quiet resistance might be enough to keep the tide from pulling you under. But the tide is rising. The reeve now walks past your home twice a day. The priest's eyes linger longer than before. Children no longer wave. Women no longer speak your name. You think it could be you next. You also think you're ready. Not because you want to be, but because you've seen how this works. How a whisper becomes a verdict. How healing becomes heresy. How being useful becomes being dangerous. And through it all, you hear Mira's laugh, distant and defiant. The kind of sound that lingers even after it's gone. You notice the plague doesn't discriminate, but the blame always does. It arrives in waves, carried by rats, by ships, by air, by rumor. People drop in the streets. Bells toll endlessly. The grave pits yawn wider every day. And in the midst of it all, panic blooms like mold. People want answers. And when they don't find any, they invent them. Some blame the water. Others foreigners. Others still the wrath of God. You start noticing patterns. Who gets sick first? Which homes seem spared? Where the wind blows on days with the highest toll. You're not a scholar, but your observations feel real, useful. But when you speak them aloud, that's when the fear turns your direction. Why are you so interested in the dead? Someone asks. Why haven't you fallen ill? Asks another. What are you doing with those herbs? Whispers a third. You try to explain. That rosemary masks the stench. That vinegar cloth helps with the cough. That isolating the sick might make a difference. They don't hear your reasoning. They hear witchcraft. You remember helping bury one of the sick, a child whose mother couldn't lift him. You wrap the body gently, muttering a prayer, half remembered from your own childhood. When you looked up, a man was watching you. his face twisted in something between grief and suspicion. She spoke to the dead, he tells someone later. Just like that, the story spreads. Historians still argue whether the plague accelerated or delayed the persecution of women healers. Some say necessity made people value any help, no matter the source. Others claim desperation made communities lash out harder. Either way, the pattern's familiar. You try to stop helping. You do. But when a woman stumbles into your yard with a cough so violent it shakes her bones, you don't have the heart to turn her away. You boil the herbs. You cool her forehead. You whisper, "Please don't tell anyone I helped you." She nods. And then she disappears. A week later, the priest preaches about false healers again. He warns of women who mimic piety but serve darker forces. He says, knowledge without humility is the devil's tool. You know that line isn't scripture. You also know it's aimed straight at you. Still, the facts remain. You saw the sick improve. You tracked the symptoms before they took root. You understood something the others didn't. And that is what makes you terrifying. Not the herbs, not the prayers, the understanding. The idea that you notice things others missed. You think of Mira, of the girl with ink on her hands, of the women in the forest who left notes in hollow trees. You think of how many others once tried to speak and were silenced. And still, you cannot quiet your mind. So you begin to write again, this time, not in numbers, not in Latin, but in plain language. What you see, what you suspect, what seems to help. You hide the pages carefully wrapped in cloth and tucked into dry earth beneath your floor. You're not sure if anyone will read them, but it feels like the only thing that matters, like the only thing left that you can control. She asked too many questions. That's what they say after she's gone. The curious girl from the abbey, the one who always lingered after Mass to ask about saints with strange stories, or pressed the friars with gentle but persistent YS. You didn't know her well, just saw her sometimes, always scribbling in the margins of her hymnal, always, with ink smudges on her cuffs. But the way she leaned forward when someone spoke, eyes lit like a flame waiting to catch you, remember that look. One day, she's at the market collecting bread for the cloister. The next day, her bed is empty. Her few belongings boxed, her name unspoken. They say she was sent away for spiritual reflection. They say she was moved to a stricter convent. They say nothing at all. And you standing outside the chapel where she used to sit, feel the chill of that silence. It's familiar, like a warning written in wind. You heard her once softly challenging a priest after Vespers. Not defiant, just wondering. She'd read conflicting interpretations of a verse and was curious why the contradiction was never addressed in sermons. The priest didn't answer, just stared at her for a long time, then said, "Curiosity is a dangerous habit." Historians still argue what happened to girls like her. Some were reassigned. Some were silenced. Some simply disappeared into the folds of history, their voices swallowed by quiet walls and obedient ink. You wonder how many others vanished, not from plague or famine or childbirth, but from inconvenience, from knowing too much. And now, walking the edge of the cloister garden, you see that someone has scratched a tiny symbol into the base of the old sundial, a circle with 3 dots. Faint, almost gone, but it's there. She left a mark. You kneel to touch it. The stone is warm, the groove shallow, but it's real. You can't bring her back. You don't know where she's been taken. But her questions still hang in the air like morning fog clinging to stone. and something shifts inside you. You start asking more questions quietly in corners with people who look like they might be listening. You don't challenge, not openly. You just wonder aloud. And sometimes someone answers back. One day, the butcher's daughter stops you near the well. She says, "I found a page under my mother's floorboard. It had herbs and prayers." You nod. "I think it's part of something bigger," she whispers. You nod again. The next week, a boy leaves a stick of charcoal beside your door and a folded scrap of linen marked with 3 small dots. You smile, because curiosity, they said, was dangerous. But it's also catching. And somewhere between the silence and the questions, you realize they can make the curious girl disappear. But they can't make her curiosity vanish. Not when it's already planted in others. You don't remember when exactly the fear turned into something else. Maybe it was the ledger you refused to burn. Maybe it was the secret bundle from Mira. Maybe it was the moment you touched the sundial and felt the faint groove her fingers carved. But now, as you walk the village paths, with your head a little higher, you feel it not pride, not defiance, but something softer and deeper clarity. You still speak gently, still listen more than you talk. But your silence is no longer submission. It's choice, strategy, stillness like a lake that holds reflections and secrets. The people around you have changed too. The merchant's wife no longer avoids your gaze. The boy who once threw mud at your door now runs errands for you. Quietly, without asking for anything in return. One day, the Reeves' daughter asks if she can help tend your herb garden. She comes twice a week, says little, observes everything. You don't teach her, not exactly. You just do what you do. Boil this, tie that, whisper to the leaves like they're old friends. And you know she'll remember. You know someday she'll pass it on. Historians still argue why some women were spared and others weren't. Whether survival depended on status allies, location, or just sheer luck. But standing there with your hands in the soil, you think maybe it was also about quiet rebellion, about adapting in ways no one could predict. You open the floorboard again that night, not because you're afraid, but because you want to feel the weight of those pages, the ones you wrote when you were terrified, the ones you copied by candlelight while the wind scratched the shutters like fingernails. You add a new page. This one isn't about fever cures or harvest patterns. It's about her, the girl from the Abbey. You write what she asked, what she noticed, what she dared to wonder, because you want someone someday to know she was here. You leave it unsigned. Just 3 dots inside a circle. And then for the first time in weeks, you sleep soundly. Because you finally understand they were never afraid of you. Not really. They were afraid of what you represent. A mind that notices. A voice that doesn't wait for permission. A woman who knows too much and keeps knowing even after they try to stop her. The candle flickers low, now casting golden waves across your worn wooden walls. Outside, the wind hums softly, curling between the stones, like it's trying to say something, but has all night to get it right. You stretch your fingers, still slightly ink-stained, and let your breath slow. In the distance, a rooster stirs too early, then settles again. Even the animals seem to know tonight is meant for rest. The garden is quiet. The leaves have stopped rustling. But beneath the soil, you know life still stirs. Roots drink petals, dream, and knowledge like seeds waits patiently for its time. Somewhere, someone else will light a candle like yours. They'll whisper to the stars or press a dried flower into a book. They'll ask a question they're not meant to ask, and they'll do it without fear because you walk this path before them. Your story may not be written in history books, but it's written in breath, in soil, in the hush of those who remember and do not forget. So now, let the stillness wrap around you. Let your limbs grow heavy and your mind float gently. The danger is past. The fire's gone out. The shutters are closed, and the story for tonight is done. You're safe. You're home. And you're not alone.